got a good ink pen?
I do. You need one? Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Thursday, July 31st, 2014, Tennessee Board of Examiners Land Surveying Meeting. First thing we need to do is to have the call of order. We've done that, and we'll now adopt the agenda. Do we have any additions, amendments, deletions, etc. for the agenda as printed? Yes, ma'am.
Record about it's up at the top of the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Before we do the adopting of the agenda, I apologize. I forgot to read the statement. Notice of the July 31st, August 1st, 2014 meeting of the Board of Examiners for Land Surveyors was posted at the Board of Examiners for Land Surveyors website on July 18, 2014. Now we should be official. And now we may return to adopting the agenda.
I move we adopt the agenda as it presented.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Agenda is adopted. Okay, the next item is review and approve the April 2014 meeting minutes. Hope that the members have had an opportunity to read these. If not, we'll give you time to read them.
I think I did catch one. I think it's just a typographical error, really. It may be minor, but it's on page 4,
Okay?
down toward the bottom, entitled New Business.
Yes, sir?
If you'll read through that sentence, I don't know that the word photography is correct.
I didn't catch that. That's
Okay,
not correct.
Yeah.
Not correct, okay.
And I don't know why it's highlighted either. I'll fix that.
Okay. Are any other corrections or changes to the minutes?
There's no other changes or revisions to the minutes. I move that we approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Okay. Okay, next up will be the legal report, and that'll be Mr. Herndon.
Okay, and it's on 16, page 16 of your pad. There's a whole 2 cases. They're both very similar. They're related to each other. I can read them to you, or I can let you read them and digest them better that way if that's what you'd rather do. However you'd rather do it.
Whatever the member's pleasure.
Let's go ahead and read them ourselves, and if we have questions, we can address them that way. How about that?
Fine.
Does that work?
Yes, sir. You want to introduce the first one then, Rob, just for the record purposes, and then we'll read it and respond?
Okay, I can just give you sort of the Reader's Digest version. They're both consumer complaints. They have to do with the boundary dispute. The 2 respondents basically are, it involves the same matter, I guess. It's just 2 different surveyors on the same matter. You've seen this lots of times before, and we'll probably see it again. But basically, the complainants are saying that the surveys couldn't possibly be right. Somebody did something wrong. We sent them off to our expert reviewer, one of them, to review the work product to see if there was any deviation from our standards. Basically, he found none, except for his pet peeve about the last sentence here, the actual unadjusted ratio of precision that he says he always sees, and you've heard this before. Everybody always puts 1 to 10,000. So the recommendation is the same for both. Basically, close with the letter of caution because they didn't show the unadjusted ratio, rather than just close it. But it's up to the board if you want to authorize a letter of caution in that respect.
read through it? Discussion?
Well, primarily what stands out is the fact that the reviewer did not find any violation in the laws or the rules. So I think that kind of limits our capacity here in terms of actions that we can take. I think really the issue boils down to how we're going to address the one violation that was pointed out. I think we've seen this before in the past.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall how we've handled it before? I'd like to keep it consistent.
Yeah, to my recollection, Mr. Herndon can correct me, basically in the same manner with the letter of caution.
Is that right?
Yeah, a lot of surveyors do this, and we, the expert and myself, and I hope you do too, feel that this could cause problems. I mean, it's not a dramatic mistake, but if there does end up being mistakes in the plat, it calls everything into question because they didn't put their ciphering down like they should. So I think we should probably steer the profession into making sure that everything is on there and is accurate. Is that the way y'all feel about it?
Yes, sir.
So I think, we start issuing letters of caution, and if we see the same thing again on the same respondents, it ramps up to a letter of warning, and I think that'd be appropriate.
If that's the case, then if there's no other discussion, I'll go ahead and make a motion to agree with the recommendation there to close the case with a letter of caution.
Okay, we have a motion, and a second. Is there further discussion? If not, I'll call for the question. All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Both, right? For both complaints? At the recommendation?
Well, we haven't read the second one, actually.
Oh, okay. I
We
thought
read the
you read
first one.
both. You really are careful, though.
We're being orderly.
Very good.
Ms. Sue?
I'm done.
Okay. Everybody had an opportunity
Same song.
to read it?
Second verse.
Yeah, again, it looks, obviously, it's obviously related to the last complaint. Looks very similar, same situation, same recommendations by the reviewer. The only really thing that stood out to me before was that this respondent does have if I count them right, 4 complaints in his history. Although I don't think that should be, at least for me personally, it doesn't sway my opinion on the way I think we should resolve this in terms of agreeing with the recommendation for a letter of caution.
My question, Mr. Herndon, would be in the same venue that you spoke about, Jay, would be, are all of those prior complaints, it says they're closed, they're all are taken care of? Okay. Okay. I just didn't want to react, Jay, in a similar manner as we did on the first one. If for some reason there was something that was still open and outstanding on any of those. I think that would kind of change our position possibly.
Yeah, I agree.
But I agree 100% with what you said. I just wanted to just make sure that we're good there.
Yeah, and I just want to give some kudos there to Robert that he did note on there that they were closed and taken care of, and I had looked for the same thing as you did, though. With that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to accept the recommendation to close the case with a letter of caution.
I second it.
Have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Does that conclude the legal report, Mr. Herndon?
It does.
What, might just ask for curiosity, where do we stand on open cases and, you know, things that we have seen and had action on that may have not come to conclusion?
Well, there are 5 open cases. You just ruled on 2 of them. One of them is still open, but it's closed and legal. We just don't have any other way to keep track of it, so we're done with it. And then we have 2 that are in the pipe that we haven't heard back from the respondent yet. So you'll probably hear those in October. Is that the next meeting? 2 down and 2 are coming.
Okay.
Unless we get more, which is always a possibility.
Okay. I just was curious to see, you know, I know we're very diligent in taking care of these issues as you bring them to us and have a good track record.
I think that everybody's behaving himself.
Yeah.
That would be nice. If our profession is actually doing what it's supposed to do, and we don't get complaints if they're doing what they're supposed to do.
Okay. Next item on the agenda will be the director's report. Ms. Donna?
First, we need to set the meeting dates for 2015. And I've already set some tentative dates because I had to go ahead and reserve the rooms. So y'all can either take them or change them or whatever you want to do. January 29, 30, 2015. We'll have application review those 2 days. April 20th is a Monday for a 1-day meeting. The room was full the other Mondays, first part of the month. July 30th and 31st, 2015, that'll be application review. And October 26th, 2015, that's a Monday. So we want to start going to 1-day meetings if we can.
Is the 1-day meeting, is that being directed by the department?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think most all the boards have 1-day meetings, with the exception of maybe.
Question that I might have, Donna, would be based on the amount of travel that 3 of the 4 members have to be here. We had a meeting on Monday, and I'm not challenging that, I'm just asking a question. And we had a very lengthy agenda, and let's say it pushed us to 6 or 7 o'clock at night. That would put at least 3 of us getting home probably the next day.
Mm-hmm.
What does the department feel about that? Because we wouldn't have, you know, we would have if we did it on Monday, we would either drive in Monday morning or we'd come down Sunday evening. What would the department feel about that if we had to end up staying or whatever for some reason? Or would the agenda dictate to where it could be decided that meeting could become 2 days so that you'd have proper public notice?
Now that, I don't know.
Okay.
I'd have to check on it.
I mean, I'm certainly not trying to deviate from what they're asking us to do. I'm just saying if something unforeseen comes up or whatever, how would that be handled, I guess is my question. Discussion from the members?
Works for me.
I have a concern about going long, a lengthy meeting, and then travel as far as the three of you do, but when the meeting's over with, you've still got a long way to go unless department says you can stay overnight and then take off and go back the next day. But
I don't think there would be a problem with that, but
Government rate
Make a
rooms are,
reservation.
they're scarce and they're hard to get. We have to make a months in advance in order to get the government rate rooms. Unless we go a reasonable different distance outside of town.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only fly in the ointment that I really see. I mean, the applications are gonna take 2 days. I mean, you've got 45 of them there for us to
Yeah.
look at this time, you know, and those take a little while to go through. I guess the only thing I would, I would suggest, I guess, is that we'll just have to be mindful of the agenda. And the agenda needs to be, public notice is what, 30 days?
30?
Yeah. I know you tried it, but I mean, what's the
I don't know,
minimum?
what are we required, 7?
The minimum is, 7.
Okay, the minimum's 7, okay. So, you know, if we would, as the board, be mindful of the agenda, then we could try to determine whether or not we felt like that was gonna take 1 or 2 days. And it's gonna be different, it's, you know, we'll just have to deal with it. The greatest regret that I have about making this change, and I don't know if the other members will agree or not, is the April and October meetings are the times when our PS and our TS examinations are given in Murfreesboro. And I like to go to the exam site and visit with our proctor, Mr. Messier, and see who the candidates are and that type of thing. And that will virtually eliminate that opportunity
We could do that.
by any given board member, unless they decide to take it on their own. Of course, Galen, being here in Nashville, would be close to where he could if he decided to, but that would create a different situation for Jay and I. And that's the most regretful thing that I see about that particular schedule, other than the nuances that we've already discussed. I feel it's my opinion, and I think they will agree, that it's very important that the board members have a presence at the examinations so that our potential new licensees can at least put a face with a name, or even ask a question or whatever, or feel a different level of comfort zone with members of the board than, you know, we're just on a website and we're in an ivory tower somewhere, which that's not the case. So that's one of my greatest concerns is that we will lose that ability on that particular time. And obviously, it makes more sense to meet on Monday than it would to meet on Friday, you know, because if you do meet on Monday, you've got a full 4-day work week after that to keep it's consistent. Whereas, you know, now, like we drove down yesterday, which was half a day, and then we're today and tomorrow, so, you know, we missed 3 days basically. But the exam's my really greatest concern. So do you want to? We need to have a motion to accept these. So I guess in the spirit of where we're going, I guess we're just going to have to kind of try it out and see. It's a new pair of shoes.
Is there an alternative to the Monday meeting? I know this is kind of counteractive to what you just said, but personally, I'd prefer a Friday. And aren't they testing on Fridays and Saturdays?
Yes, sir.
I would prefer a Friday. I mean, personally, for me, the work week starts on a Monday. Kind of the tone of the whole week is set by a Monday, and it's easier to take a Friday off than it is to take a Monday off, quite honestly.
Yeah, but that's perfectly fine. That's why we're discussing it.
And that may allow
I have
us
no
an
problem.
Because
opportunity
these dates
to,
are tentative, so.
are they tentative?
Yeah. I've got no problem with that, Jay, at all.
You know, I'm fine with the Thursday, Fridays. It sounds like everyone is. The Monday thing just kind of stands out at me.
Sure.
I think
Instead of Monday meetings.
if we have to narrow it down to a one-day meeting, I would prefer a Friday, and if that allows us an opportunity to meet with the candidates, I think that's just a plus on everybody's side.
If I can get the room on Friday, I'll go ahead and reserve Fridays then.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'd prefer a Friday.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
do
why
that.
we're throwing it around. We want to get it
Yeah.
as comfortable for
Well,
everybody.
now, I don't know about
We gotta see if we can get the
October-
room,
I
though.
mean, April.
Yeah.
I'll have to check.
Room harder to get at any one particular time than
Well, all
another?
the other boards are, well, it depends on who's gone ahead and made their request. A lot of the boards have already made their request. I haven't checked the other days other than Mondays and Fridays. And Thursdays.
We have the ability to still meet down there if we had to in the other building?
I don't know.
Probably the same.
Seemed to me wherever we met, if it was a, state facility, it was proper notice, so forth and so on, that would be appropriate.
Yeah.
And obviously
Fridays-
we have to have audio, video and wherever it's at.
I don't, Fridays are not as commonly used as we use. We are the only ones that really use Fridays, I think. A&E
Probably.
might, but,
You get the dates, Jay?
Yes.
and then I'll let you know of the dates. For that April and October, right?
Got 'em, we'll put them in there in our motion, Jay.
All right. Let me get
Well, now, that's not when the exam is. The exam is, well, maybe it is, I'll have to check.
that would kind of be the goal, is to make
Yeah.
that date,
Make
whatever
it-
that
make it
exam
the
date
date,
is.
whatever the date is.
And then same with October. That'd be the,
Now, the October, that is the Monday after the exam, so that would be,
It's the last weekend in October, and I think it's the third week in April. I believe that is the weekend of the exam. I think. 17th, 18th.
yeah, be the 17th. It's the third Friday, so.
or on the 23rd of October, because there is a weekend after that. It's not a full weekend, but just want to make sure.
Yes, 23rd, because the next weekend's Halloween.
All right, so I would go ahead and make the motion that we set the dates for 2015 to be January 29, 30, July 30, and 31st for the two-day meetings. And then for the April, let's go for the 17th and October the 23rd, with the intention of those being the Fridays of the testing weekends.
Have a motion.
I so move.
Okay, well, now we have a second.
I second it.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion? If not, all's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, those will be our meeting dates.
The next thing, I got the applications for the LSIT and the PLS. I just want y'all to go through and make sure I've included everything that we need to include according to the new rules, law, I mean. Like experience, education, all that stuff.
And if I may ask the members, can we hold on that until a little later in the agenda? More in tune about application time?
Be a good idea.
I think that's a good
And
idea.
that way we can kind of do two things at once,
That way we can see.
if that's all right with you, Miss Donna?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
We will come back to that item if that's okay.
Okay. Update on the rules of conduct and continuing education rules, standards of practice. We're done standards of practice. Rules of conduct are at the AG's office, is that right, Robert?
Two rules are at the AG's.
Both of them are there now?
If they approve them, then we can send them up for publication.
Come back.
They came back.
Revisions
They've been
and-
everywhere, but
Been
they're in
back
their last
several
stop. They're at the AG's for final approval.
Right. Is there
I
any
even sent the transcript.
guesstimate as to when those things will be finalized?
Well, I'm in pretty good communication with the reviewing assistant AG. in her schedule, and she says she'll get them back to me before the end of the month, which is, maybe it'll be in my inbox when I get upstairs.
Okay.
But it should be any time now. And what I'd like to, while we're on that subject, I'd like one or more of you to be at the government operations meeting whenever they want to discuss.
Last meeting, Jay's the one that said he would go, right?
Well, if more than one of you wants to go, that
Yeah.
would be all right too, because we were the subject of some legislation last session, and the more of us there, the better, I would think.
Let me know a date and time.
Solidarity.
I'll make every effort to be there. Be good.
Undoubtedly, they will ask to see us when they're up there for publication.
Rob, one thing, and we haven't discussed this, but, sometime back, we talked about printing another blue book or what have you. When these things come out, what is the possibility of having that done, or at least let's discuss it and see where we are as far as budget is concerned and what have you?
It's not really up to legal about it, but I guess it's an administrative thing if they want to do it or not.
Yeah.
But now we have another rulemaking project going that you're going to finalize today, so we might want to kick the can down the road a little bit before we publish
Thanks, Rob.
anything. Well, just to make sure, and this is our last chapter that I think we're going to do. I think this is our last project,
Yeah.
if I recall. Once all that's done, I think we might have a better argument for publishing a book.
That's fine. I just think once every 10 years, the profession and professionals need to have a copy that they can put their little fingers on.
I kind of think, our profession, the guys are out in the field a lot, and it's easier to have a book than to try to look it up online, which I guess they could do, but having the book, I think, for our people is probably a better argument than most
You would be
professions.
surprised how many surveyor's office that I walk into and the blue book's laying on the corner of the surveyor's desk.
Yes.
You really would be surprised. It means a lot to the
Not
surveyors.
that surprised.
Yeah.
I know they like their book.
They may not follow it, but it's there.
That's right, yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
Like the
Well, see,
Bible.
Mike's carrying his back there with him right now.
I said there's no reason not to have it.
Right, yeah, I got mine here.
That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, okay.
So once the lady responds to the AG, it's gonna go up to legislative, and we're probably, 30 days out on that maybe, or
Be 90 days,
90 days from that point? Okay.
calendar days. And then sometime in that 3-month period, we're going to get a letter to go up there for the meeting. They're up at the AG now, so General Cooper can sign off on them to make them officially legal, and then they go up for publication.
So
So,
effectively, we're looking really January 1, effectively, in a roundabout way.
some other attorneys and myself are trying to cipher, the shortest period of time it would take to get rules done, and it's over a year if everything goes quickly. There's just so many steps that you have to go through, and statutory time limits and all that.
Standards of practice took 9.
Best thing we can do is keep it off our plate, do what we need to do, and move it on somewhere else.
Hey, Ms. Donna.
We need to review a letter from Paul Jones regarding hardship for his continuing education. And that should be on the iPad and in your packets.
Yeah, Don, I did have an opportunity to look this over. I do have the pleasure of knowing Mr. Jones, both through personal and some work experience. Everything he listed down on there sounds correct to me. I am aware that he does have some health issues, things like that, and I'm fine with it. I would ask one thing, and he may have already done this, and I just either don't have it or don't see it.
He hasn't.
But the rules state that that the applicant for hardship has to provide the supporting documentation.
Right, he's not done that.
And he has not done that, okay.
Not
so-
from his doctor, no.
Okay, so that's really the only thing I would ask. Other than that, I really have no problem with granting the hardship. I think the case that he's explained is exactly why we have that rule. And I have no issues with that, other than, if you want to apply to go under that rule, you need to follow the provisions of it, which includes that supporting documentation. So if he would, and I don't think he would hesitate to do it, provide that documentation, I'm fine with it. I don't know how y'all feel about it.
Well, I've known Paul for many years too, and just reading through his statement here that he has given us, I don't know that I have a problem with it, but I agree with you. I just think he needs some documentation to back up what he's giving us. Other than that, I think that's.
Having said all that, I agree with you two also about it, but I don't feel like that because we do not have all the documentation in hand, we're in a situation to make a motion to approve his request or even to approve his request contingent upon. That's my opinion. I think that we need to have that in hand because, and the reason I say that is as far as I know, he's not in any jeopardy for 2014.
No.
So having said that, if he provides the documentation by our October meeting, then we could act upon it affirmatively if everything is in order, and he would still be, he would not be, in other words, we would not be creating an additional hardship on Mr. Jones by not acting today.
Right.
When we can act once we have everything in hand. If that's satisfactory to you, John.
Absolutely. Yeah, as long as it doesn't create any additional hardship for him, I'm fine with that. We can.
I'll
we
double
can
check
put it off to
when we
October.
break for lunch, but I don't think he's in trouble right now.
Okay, if there's something different, let us know, and we'll react appropriately.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
And then I got a email from Jonathan Boone from the Corps of Engineer. I need to answer that, but I need for y'all to tell me how to answer that. Question is,
Construction staking and
layout and surveys for as-built drawings.
It appears that Mr. Boone works for the Corps of Engineers, and he has also queried the Mississippi and Louisiana boards, and they have graciously responded with either a policy or a statement to explain their position upon his question. Now, I think that's in a nutshell what he's asking us to do the same thing, is to try to respond in some like kind manner.
construction staking licenses of a surveyor to do construction staking, layout and that kind of thing. Have we?
Just what the two other boards had forwarded to him.
Yeah, and that's all.
My knowledge, is that correct, Donna?
That's all I saw, but I just,
That's all I've gotten.
So to summarize, I think he's just looking for a basic yes/no answer, as brief and as succinct as we can keep it in terms of two separate items. is the act of construction, staking / layout, is that regulated or fall under the regulation authority of this board? My first thoughts is, and it's always been my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is that construction and staking is not regulated by the surveying profession. Please correct me if I'm wrong there.
As long as it does not deal with the boundaries of the properties.
That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. Okay, so I think we're all in agreement with the first question he has there.
Yes.
Okay, I think that was probably the simple one. The second one, the as-built drawings. To me, that's always a little bit hazy because the definition of an as-built drawing differs primarily from region to region. But I've always thought that if it addresses elevation or contour type data, which is generally falls in our region, what they're looking for as-built, primarily it would be an after-construction verify, might be utility information or grade on streets or certain areas like that. If that's the case, I've always thought that it did fall under the guise of land surveying, and that it should be, those aspects should be stamped and signed by a registered land surveyor. In our region, that's generally how it falls. We have seen on occasion in our region that those are signed and sealed by engineers, and that's always been a point of contention. Areas.
Well, also, in our last standards of practice revision under remote sensing surveys, which basically deals with GPS, there it also speaks to construction surveys specifically, which in my opinion ties it directly to our law if it's related with the other interaction of the definitions.
Sure.
So I think the way you described that, Jay, is very adequate. And again, the mitigating keys are what is involved in that as-built survey.
Yes.
And the things that are involved in that survey is whether, will dictate whether or not it's under this board's jurisdiction.
That's right.
As far as licensure.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
If I may add something, I had a very similar situation come up with, similar to this come up probably 7, 8, 9 years ago when Mr. Matthews was on the board, and I probably don't have it with me, but I did receive a response from him saying that the as-bills were, if I remember correctly, were under the jurisdiction of a land surveyor.
Have a board policy.
That was in those, that was a policy that was created at that time you're speaking to, Mr. Cleveland. Yes, sir. And we pared those down for obvious reasons here a while back. But you're exactly right.
Our answer to him would be,
I think the short
Everything-
answer would be no and yes.
everything that Jay has said.
No, yes, period.
Okay.
I thought it was perfectly clear, Dave.
That's what he said, no, and yes, that's right.
I guess, Donna, we need to respond to him with a letter essentially summarizing what we just discussed there, probably with a few caveats that, of course, the rules and regulations are paramount to all and things like that. So, okay.
The next thing is to sign PLSIT certificates. Do you want to do these or wait a
We're in a
minute?
break or something?
Yeah, we can just catch
Yeah.
them on
Makes-
break or something.
makes
There's
for
only
bad-
3 of them.
Makes for bad TV.
Okay.
Okay. Then we have some continuing education to review. We have some Kurt Johnson from Winchester who courses he took were not pre-approved. And I'm asking for the review, so. Civil 3D AutoCAD has not been pre-approved. He wants to know if he can get.
Let me ask a question on this lines, and not specifically with this case involved right here, but any case that comes before us asking for approval of non-approved courses, if that makes sense, of non-pre-approved courses. Does the board here have a policy or a standard that it's followed in the past to either A, deny the request, period, because it wasn't pre-approved, or does the board in the past, has it been flexible to the sense that, well, let's review the content of the program that he took, make sure it falls under the rules and regulations of what's approved for continuing education, and then at that point make a decision to either approve or not approve? Do you know what the history is behind it?
I'll try to surmise that best I can, Jay. As continuing education evolved, part of the process was the pre-approval process. And in that process, the primary reason for pre-approval was twofold. One, to make Donna's job easier. When the documentation came in, she was comparing apples to apples. Two was to encourage the licensee to strive to take pre-approved courses, which made the previous step easier also. But what the previous boards have done has basically, and this board and the board before you came on, have done is, if the course is not pre-approved, then basically we've asked Donna to bring it to us, just like she has today. And then we have done just what you described, based on what information is provided, either from documentation from the person that's requesting this, or knowledge of a board member of that particular course or particular presenter, et cetera. Then we review it and we make a decision as to whether we feel like it's meritorious or not. We've got another one coming up here in a minute. I'll go ahead and address it just briefly, where an individual, and I know we talked with Mr. Cleveland about this very long ago, but an individual took courses in another state, but they were state-specific courses that were specific to that state's statutes or that state's ethics or whatever, just things that they specifically dealt with, about how we deal with those. So basically, I hope that that's answered. Your question is we try to make everything we can as simple for Donna as we can, but at the same token, the board is not hard-hearted, let's say, to not allow credit for things that are outside the venue.
My concern here is obviously I want to provide the person that took the course every advantage they can to get the proper approval, and if they took the course and it was qualifying, that they get, the approval credits for it. I'm all about that. My concern is those that are providing the courses, that the attitude may come about that, why do I need to get mine pre-approved anyway? They can always take my course and then apply to the board, and they'll review it and they'll give it their blessings and they're good. That's my real concern. Now, I'm not trying to sway the system the way it works. I think we need to give every advantage to the applicant, but I just wanted to voice that opinion that it's really providing the courses, that we need to make sure that they're getting themselves pre-approved. Don't want to give them the opportunity to have a way of getting around it, so to speak.
Well, and let me say this, we have another one on here that falls in another domain, an out-of-state resident trying to comply with Tennessee requirements. I'm licensed in 5 states, and Tennessee is the only 100% audit state that I'm licensed in. For example, in North Carolina, they send you, it's like an old computer card, it's about yay big, and you check some boxes on it and send them your check. And as far as they're concerned, you've met PDHs. And it's pretty well the same, I think, Kentucky, Georgia.
More of an honor system.
It's more of an honor system.
Yep.
But each of those states have a percentage of folks that they pull their PDHs or continuing education courses, and they actually audit them. And at that point in time, they're responsible for, showing up with the certificates, proof of attendance, so forth and so on.
Similar to what we do every year.
Right. But we
With all applicants.
Tennessee has always done it with all applicants.
Right.
Every time for renewal. So that's another little situation that's just a little bit different. And you're exactly right. From the merit of the course, Course A may be well within things that we feel like is appropriate for our licensees to take.
Sure.
But the instructor for Course A may not. We had a situation just a couple of meetings ago where we had a situation where we had an unapproved instructor, so forth and so on, So your point is very well taken. The situation face up on a couple of these things that we're getting ready to talk about may be okay. But at the same token, we don't have any kind of instructor syllabus, an instructor bio, any of that type of thing.
That's true. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go back to Mr. Johnson now. Mr. Johnson is asking the board to approve a course presented by a company here in Nashville, which I think is a software company, if I'm not mistaken. I think I've dealt with them one time or another. And it's on Civil 3D AutoCAD 2014 for surveyors. So what is the pleasure of the board?
Well, I can just speak from personal experience. I am familiar with the company, Hagerman. They do have an office in a training facility down in Memphis. I have taken a course very similar to that, offered by Hagerman in the past. It was not for AutoCAD 2014, it's an earlier version, but it was a class very similar to what's described here. And in my experience, it was very worthwhile. Personally, we do use that software. I use it every day. I'm doing surveys with it every day, and it is directly effective to the product that I produce. So just on face value, which really is all we have to go with right here, in my own personal experience, I would have no problem approving those 16 hours.
Take that in form of a motion.
So moved.
I second it.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Do you have any, I'll ask this question, do you have any concern about these folks as far as credentials to?
The provider, Hagerman, not at all.
Yes, okay.
Not at all. I was
Okay.
very impressed with the class that
I
I
just
had taken
wanted
in
to
the
follow
past.
in suit with what we just discussed.
Yep,
Just to make
absolutely.
sure.
Just as a point, and it has nothing to do with the presenters of this particular course, but, you know, we did have last year a gentleman that came in, a similar type situation, that he brought with him a representative of the company and what they did, and we asked him to present a syllabus to us, give us an idea as to what was presented and who presented it and what have you. Qualified to do that particular thing, and we did a similar type situation, and we gave credit for this particular thing. The thing that bothers me, and I'm like Jay, why do they not have them go ahead and get a what they're doing? And I really do prefer that our own registrant fill up their education with pre-approved courses rather than to have the board sit here and go through something every time that we meet to do this particular type
Let
thing.
me ask one more question, Donna. On this one and the other ones that we're about to discuss, was any documentation provided to us to, you know, I hereby certify that what Kurt Johnson attended? You know, I mean, all these things you always get a little 8.5 by 11
Johnson had a
certificate.
certificate.
He does. Okay. I just want to make sure there was some kind of paper evidence that at the very least they were present and attended.
I think the last one on the list, I think he had their certificates of attendance.
Certificates too,
Yeah,
yeah.
there were certificates there.
Right.
Okay, so, I mean, I would think that would certainly be a part of the process to prove that at the very least they attended.
Yeah.
And I would certainly like to see those before we approve these. I mean, I'm not saying see them right now, but know that we have them on file
Yeah.
of some sort,
I
yeah.
mean, as long as she gets them,
Yeah.
we have them on hand,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on that. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now we move on to Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin has a little bit different situation, I think. Pardon me? Right.
And I don't have certificates for
But
that.
Mr. Martin fits into the category that I spoke about. He is an out-of-state resident with a Tennessee license. And apparently, he's asking us to approve this, but, and it appears he's used it for North Carolina, but North Carolina, until he's audited, won't say one thing or another about it. So my question would be about Mr. Martin is, according to the correspondence from the state of North Carolina, he has met their criteria. And if in fact I'm correct that he is he in fact a North Carolina resident?
Huntersville.
Then, as far as my opinion, for what it's worth to the board, is that we deny his request for this particular course, but understand that he having met North Carolina's continuing education, which is equal to in hours being 15 to Tennessee's, then he is not in violation of our PDH requirements, if I said that correct.
What if his
But
15?
he's not met our 15-hour requirement for 2013. He's lacking 7 hours.
Looking to add these 8.
But what,
I don't know how many hours he's
Tennessee.
requesting.
but what I'm saying is, if he is licensed in another state and lives in the other state,
Right.
and he meets their requirements, and their
So then we should
requirements
go ahead
are
and renew
equal
it?
to, their requirements are equal to ours,
Mm-hmm.
to our requirements by number of continuing education hours required, then he has met ours.
Tim, let me ask you one question on that. Are any of those 15 that he gains in North Carolina state-specific to North Carolina? Example, a minimum standards of North Carolina, he gains 1 or 2 PDHs. I don't think
They
that's,
don't know. They
that's
don't-
to
they
give
don't
We
credit.
don't, we don't know
We
that
don't know.
because they don't.
He's not
report.
audited.
Because they're not audited. See, that's a situation, again, I go back to Mr. Cleveland, we discussed
I'm with you.
a very similar situation. I think our hands are somewhat tied, unless the board wants to create a policy which would be outside of the new continuing education rules that we are trying to get made into law. That would be outside in order to request that an out-of-state resident play what hours they took and so forth. Again, we would not be able to deny, if he took, let's say he took minimum standards in the state of North Carolina, we wouldn't be able to deny that because he met that state's. It's kind of a catch-22. I mean, I don't disagree with you, and I understand where you're coming from, but by him being an out-of-state resident and licensed in that state. In other words, for example, we have said in the past, if he resides out of state and is not licensed there, he's 100% liable to our requirements. If he resides out of state and that state has less than, for example, Kentucky has 8 hours. So if this was a Kentucky resident and a Kentucky licensee, he would owe Tennessee 7 hours, period, okay? But by him being in North Carolina, which is apples to apples with Tennessee for 15 hours per year, then if he meets theirs, and he has a letter from the board in here, in the emails, that says, and correct me if I'm wrong, Donna, that says he met theirs, then I think our hands are tied with him.
So then I go ahead and renew him.
Yeah, that's what I think, but I mean, I don't want to convince anybody. That's my thoughts.
I would think that those 15 hours that I assume were approved in North Carolina, based on our rules and regulations, we need certificates. We still need certificates of those PDH hours, just like every other,
We have not asked for that.
for the out-of-states?
No, sir.
I do ask for that.
She does, but I mean,
Oh, okay.
it's not in our
I see what you're saying.
statute
I see what you're saying. Okay.
to do that.
Yeah. Well, if he has the 15 hours of out-of-state and they've been approved and they are of comparable to Tennessee standards, then I agree. I think our hands are tied.
See, we have
We
no
have
way
to.
of, we have no
We
way
have
of
to.
knowing the comparability
Right.
because of the way North Carolina audits. That's the problem.
That's it.
This email would serve as that documentation that he's
I think
current?
that it would.
Okay.
But again, we gotta make a motion on this.
Right.
We're still discussing this. This isn't Tim's conclusion. This is gonna be the board's here. But, I mean, that's an interesting wrinkle, that we broached that a little bit when we talked about the continuing education before we, made the final vote on it, but I'm not 100% sure that we got all the way to the depth that you currently are.
Well, yeah, I gotta admit, this discussion did not go where I thought it was going. I thought the discussion would be on the EMT hours that he's requesting, the 8 hours, and quite honestly, I'm in approval of the 8 hours that he's requesting the EMT. Life safety and health is paramount regardless of what state you're in. I don't care, what state you're licensed in, and so I was fully full with the intention of giving him those 8 hours that he was requesting as an EMT. However, if there's an easier venue to get through for his approval of his PDH hours, I'm sure he would be in favor
Like
of
I
that
say,
as I
that's
am.
my understanding, and if I'm wrong, you know, I'm very easily swayed, I guess.
Well, I agree with you, because I read that and I thought, hey, would have given credit for the hours there,
Oh, yeah.
but I agree with you. I do think that our hands are tied, because if it's met the adjoining state's requirements and they're equal to ours, doesn't matter how you met it.
There's another wrinkle out there on continuing education, Jay. NCAAS has a division that approves continuing education for surveyors. Primarily money-driven, because you have to register on a regular basis, so forth and so on. And they don't really do any significant instructor or course review. They just make sure that it fits in the box, okay? And once it fits in the box, there are some states, and I have a list of it, I don't think I brought it with me today, but there are some states that just simply say, if it's approved by NCAAS, we accept it. Carte blanche,
I can understand that.
you know, whether it would fit into our domain for our registrants or not.
Sure.
If we said that, we would have to take it.
Yeah.
But there are some states that do that, so that's another little wrinkle that's outside the box. Okay, so, to finalize Mr. Martin then, I guess we need a motion of action for him.
Just to phrase that motion and help me out with this, I guess we would go ahead and approve his annual renewal contingent that he has 15 hours in North Carolina that have been approved by the state of North Carolina.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. One more, Miss Donna.
Okay, Rick Bowers. His courses are not approved either. They're given by the West Virginia Society of Professional Surveyors. And he did submit certificates of attendance.
Actually took these this year, and these are for 14, so
Right.
he's in compliance. I mean, he's currently licensed, he's in compliance. He's just saying, you know, I'm gonna submit these now, and if, you know, if some of them ain't no good, then I know how many more I gotta get later in the year or whatever. I think that's the direction he's coming from.
You know, he lists the courses that he took, each requesting 4 PDH hours. The only one that I might red flag a little bit is the West Virginia Minimum Standards of Practice. Although I'm sure they're similar to Tennessee's, as most states are, it is a state-specific West Virginia, not Tennessee. I don't see how, personally, I don't feel that we can give, as a Tennessee surveyor, approval on that. Because it's specifically West Virginia. But the others I feel fine with. I wouldn't expect if I took a Tennessee minimum standards to get approval in Mississippi
Right. Well,
or any other state.
right. The only other one I questioned, Jay, was I agree with that, but I questioned the easements, right-of-way, turnpikes, and public roads in West Virginia. I'm not 100% certain that Tennessee may do the same things that they do in West Virginia. That's the only other one I questioned.
Yeah, I can see that as well. Although again, I think they're probably very similar to Tennessee's, as
Could be,
again
yeah.
most states are. But you're right. When it gets specific to the West Virginia part there, I think I'd probably agree with you there as well. Other 3 courses where he's requesting 4 PDHs, I'm fine with.
I don't know.
I want to say they're 12.
They're 12.
That's what I
A
want to say.
Tennessee resident.
Huh?
He's a Tennessee
Yeah,
resident.
yeah, he lives in Johnson City
Yeah.
and, or Jonesboro, and he works for Ty Singer in Hampton. He runs their survey, and he's a friend of mine. I know Rick well. And I was trying to, I want to say 12 gave them, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to do a I had my sheet with you, I could tell you just like that, but I don't have my sheet today.
Regardless, I think based on our last discussion, it doesn't matter if he's a Tennessee resident and Tennessee surveyor, it really doesn't matter in this particular situation.
Right.
He will be required to provide the documentation for these, quote, pre-approval courses. And I really wouldn't feel comfortable.
So what form of motion are you gonna?
Well, the motion I would
Are you
make
gonna
that,
ask him to present the syllabus and instructor bio for the 12? And tell him that, or all of them?
Has he taken these already, or is he trying
He's
to get?
already taken them.
He already
Took them
has,
in
yeah.
February.
Yeah, for the 12, I would ask him to produce obviously a certificate of completion of some sort that he has actually taken the
He's done
course.
that. He has done
He's done
that.
that, okay.
It's in
If
the
he's done that,
package,
then I would feel comfortable approving those 12.
Yes, sir.
These are
Yeah,
the-
okay, I got you, yeah, I remember those.
Well, I just wondered about
I'll put the
the
second
spirit
one and the
of
last
the
one.
discussion of bio
All
and
of it,
syllabus and so forth.
The
If you wanted to
roads,
see
Of
that
the
on any
instructor?
others,
easements,
yes.
turnpikes,
instructor?
and.
If he has them
and
available,
tracks.
I certainly would request them, because that's a standard approval for the,
Not number two,
for a
not
normal
number
course
five.
anyway.
But the other
We
three
And I
are.
ask
thi-
our
I think we
viewers to
should-
do those
Right.
courses, that's what.
They get all that information,
They
yeah.
get that
Right.
information.
And I think that would certainly be an
Right.
appropriate question, yeah.
So you want to phrase us a motion in that regard then?
I guess the motion I would make would be that Mr. Bowers produce the bio of the instructor, information on the instructor in the course, as well as what he's already produced, certificates of completion of the courses for the 12 units that we're willing to approve.
Withhold approval until the October meeting, once he provides that?
Yeah, I would like to either make
Okay.
it contingent on or withhold till October,
Okay.
either one.
Get that, Donna? In other words, we feel good about 12 of them, but we're not going to approve anything until he provides the bio and
The bio on all
and the
of them.
syllabus.
On all 5 of them,
Yeah.
okay.
'Cause it might be that one of the ones we talked about not approving, maybe the bio and the syllabus puts us in a situation where we could.
And then revisit them in October.
Yes, but right now, we're not giving any kind of approval based, that's a clarity statement for the motion. If I'm incorrect, let me know. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're getting close to, that concludes your report, Donna?
Yeah,
We're getting close to a break, but before we do break, I'd like to go ahead and take care of the first item of new business, if we can, and that'll be election of officers. We have 2 officers, which is the chair and the vice chair. So I'll open the floor for motions for nominations for chairman.
I would nominate Tim Lingerfeld for, in continuation of chairman of this board. Galen is vice chair. Motion if I could. Sue, how about second?
That's up to you. That's up to you. Well, that's my intention.
Matters not with me.
Tim, do you have a preference yourself?
The only thing is, I made a statement off the record to all of you after the last meeting that I felt like to be a good steward for the board, this being my last year on this term, and I certainly hope to seek another term. And if it's found favorable, be back. But I felt like in order being a good steward that it being my last year, that someone else should be chair. And I will certainly go with the pleasure of the board, but at the same token, that's my feeling. I think that's, my concern has always been the profession first, and being a member of the board is a great privilege and honor, and having been chair is a greater privilege and honor. And I don't want to feel like that I'm being selfish or piggish or anything of that nature in my little East Tennessee way, but like I say, I want the best for the board, and whatever the members decide, I support that. And I feel sure that any one of the 4 members here could do the job that I've sat here and chairman and do just have that confidence in each of you.
I have no hesitation then in rescinding that motion and reissuing that a second motion in terms of requesting that Galen accept the chairman position.
And I'll second that motion.
It's a fast train through Georgia.
Other discussion?
Vice Chair.
Well, we'll go ahead and vote for the chairman if that's okay with Dennis. If not, all's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we'll have a motion for vice chairman.
Well, I'm gonna make the motion that Jay be the vice.
Second that.
I'm good.
Okay, all's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, congratulations, and Mr. Northcutt, when we return from our break, you will now be the chairman. Congratulations.
One last order of business
Congratulations, buddy.
before you go. I suggest that we adopt Robert's Rule of Order for the upcoming year, just as a formality.
No, we
electing
typically
officers.
do it in August, and Robert is
Okay.
correct. This is the meeting that we do that. So, last official function as the chair, I'll accept a motion to utilize Robert's Rules of Order for our procedure.
So moved.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. All's in favor? Aye. Okay. All right, we're gonna take a little break. It's now 10:12, and we'll take a break and come back here in what, 10 minutes, something of that nature? And we'll, Chairman,
Well,
sir, go right ahead.
I didn't think this wasn't supposed to take place immediately. Is this starting the next meeting? Or is
Do it
this,
either way, I guess, can't we?
I would prefer.
If
that,
you want me to finish, I'll finish.
I'm gonna
Your
make
pleasure.
I make the motion that the
Your
former
pleasure.
chairman complete the meeting. Huh? Thank
You
you.
can take over tomorrow, how's that? You can be the application man, how's that?
Okay, guru.
Okay, all right. Okay, we back on, Mr. Dennis, thank you. All right, it's now 10:23. We will resume our meeting. The next item on our agenda is we have a guest with us, Mr. Kim McDonough. He was chair of a GIS photogrammetrist committee that the board created. And if he would come forward to the podium, we'd be more than glad to hear your report. And first of all, before you give the report, I would like to thank you and all the members of your committee for your hard work, your investigations, and everything that you did. And appreciate you very much. And thank you for coming today.
Right. The charge, as we understood it from the board, was asking us to explore the possible licensing of photogrammetrists, GIS individuals, as land surveyors in the state of Tennessee. It was recommended we review dates for each discipline. Another resource would also be the NCEE law and rules. Then we were asked to provide the committee an opinion on each and suggested language for the licensure of each favorable. Of course, that would include any kind of recommendations and bothering and period of time for such a clause. Most immediate concern is the use and implementation of UAS, unmanned aerial systems. This is due to FAA planning this practice in 2015. Remember, when individual surveying profession, the board has discipline based on unlicensed practice. The supposition would be that with the addition of licensure, the board would have greater control and power in the discipline process. End result would be better protection of the public. It also is looking to add a expanded base for young surveyors in the job market. The committee consisted of myself. I'm a certified GIS professional with the GIS Certification Institute since 2004. Involved in working in GIS since 1981, 18 years of that with Metro Nashville and Davidson County, managing their overall GISs, which also included their tax assessor, Benny Mormon, who is a professor, East Tennessee State University, and then Bobby Tuck, who is the photogrammetrist representative with Tuck Aerial. Looked at several states, including, there were several people interested in what North Carolina had recently passed. I think everybody had a clear understanding also of the NCEES model law and rules. I was involved with the debate in creating the current models. As far as the relationship of GIS and photogrammetry with surveying, I've been involved in that debate for some time, and I had actually requested to be involved in this discussion when I understood what the board was recently on a formal report based on the examination and discussion of North Carolina legislation in particular, and what I understood to be issues and challenges of UAS and GIS. Licensure of photogrammetry and GIS practice under current survey regulations. I know that there's not enough hard evidence to support the concern that GIS or photogrammetry professionals are attempting to represent their data as having not convinced that the public safety would be better protected by licensing these professions as surveyors. Also find the current NCEES model law and rules should be the standard that guide any consideration for changes to statutes and rules. That helps Tennessee remain consistent with the majority of other states. Personally, my opinion is I think the North Carolina legislation actually deviates substantially from the NCEES. The UAS industry is already poised to serve a multitude of roles, and it is unclear at this time what specifically the proper role of the surveyor is in all of these outside of establishment of control and the proper and legal description of real property. This area should be studied in greater depth with all parties involved before attempting to add to the regulatory burden of this current body. Recommendations would be to facilitate the establishment of a coordinating body consisting of the surveying, GIS, photogrammetry communities in the state to create and maintain an ongoing dialogue that explores and defines the appropriate roles among these professional communities. Investigate the need to increase the use of surveyors in construction and building activities. I heard at least a couple of different issues that this board took up this morning that relate to that, and as my personal experience in design review with the city and then later with property mapping is I've always felt that surveyors were underutilized, particularly in terms of establishing proper and legal descriptions of the built environment. Anecdotal evidence suggests the public is being negatively impacted by insufficient requirements for surveyors to establish the built environment during all phases of construction. It is not due to the encroachment of GIS or photogrammetry, but by the desire to reduce construction costs. Engage the overall geospatial community to develop guidelines for the effective use of surveyors in the rapidly evolving UAS environment. Finally, engage the university community to develop a specific course of study for the geospatial industry, specifically surveying, and then work with apps to develop programs to attract more young adults into the field.
Questions of Mr. McDonough?
Just one question to you. First of all, I appreciate all your hard work, not only you individually, but the board itself, the committee itself that came together to put this together. And I also appreciate Tim's efforts to put together a broad spectrum of different professions together to create this. So I applaud your efforts there to begin with. Let me ask you this. In reading through some of the emails that transpired along the way, Was there a distinct effort to separate the two professions there, the GIS and the photogrammetry, and to look at them individually as to what benefits or detriments there may be to regulating photogrammetry separately from the GIS? And if you did, was there any conclusion that was different on either sides?
Unfortunately, Bobby Tuck was unable to participate, I think, to the extent that he would have liked. I did make an effort to distinguish between the two and actively reached out to ASPRS to gain additional input from that avenue. I've always viewed GIS as an extremely diverse and broad profession. It covers a lot of territory. And so in at least my personal professional practice, I've always been careful not to encroach where I thought where a qualified photogrammetrist should be involved or where a qualified surveyor should be involved. So I did seek to get a more active input from the photogrammetry committee. This time, UAS is a hot topic in all of our fields. I think surveyors are going to, some surveyors I've talked to say they're poised to use it themselves at whatever point the FAA opens the gate for that. It's going to be the same thing as any other technology is making sure that we're monitoring, not being misused or misrepresentative as authoritative in case boundaries or real property or built environment as far as a legal presentation of location. Surveyors are going to absolutely have an important role in that. In terms of my current work, our surveyors we always have a surveyor set our control for our photogrammetry missions. Project to make sure that we can represent our accuracy. I personally never make a statement as to what what I believe our accuracies to be. I defer to our surveyors or to our photogrammers.
Research with both GIS and photogrammetry, you mentioned that you did refer to other states. I think you mentioned North Carolina being one. Did you find just a general number of the states that contain these specific licensures or specific regulatory toward GIS and separately toward photogrammetry? And what did you find there? Was there a persuasion of states, more and more states becoming regulated in these, or are you finding that most of them are backing off?
Actually, most have kept pretty close to the NCEES model, which that was where we had a big debate. Where most states have worked and made efforts to refine is the definition of authoritative location. I believe North Carolina probably does the most expansive definition of that of any of them. In most cases, the goal appears to have been by the individual states to refine as to what constitutes authoritative, that definition. Because originally the NCEES was pretty general as how that was defined. Washington and Oregon are two states that I would cite as having done a very good job of working among them. They've had an active dialogue between the multiple communities to make sure that's well defined without adding to the regulatory burden of the state in each case. They've not for photogrammetry, but they've made it clear as to where that dividing line is so that the surveyor is employed appropriately.
Excuse me.
Okay, well, I have one question, if I may.
Yeah.
One of the most common, almost daily problems that I see in my practice as an individual surveyor is I have a lot of clients that will call me and say, I went by the property assessor's office and I got a map of my property. Well, now they're orthographic. with property lines drawn on them, just like you can find on Tennessee property data on the internet if we pulled it up right now. And I know you've spoken a lot about authoritative and so forth. This is an area, in my mind, that the surveyors, particularly in the state of Tennessee, have issue with, is because the data is put in as best it can, and I understand that because everything is not, on state plane coordinates or whatever. So what happens is I get these phone calls and they'll say, well, my property line runs through the neighbor's garage. And you pull it up on Tennessee property data, and there's a nice yellow property line on there, and it runs through the neighbor's garage. Well, I know full well that it probably doesn't, but I can honestly say the inaccuracies and the other problems with this data does create a fair amount of work for my company. But in the same token, I feel like that it's harming the public because that data is out there and presented in that manner, because the public believes if somebody has a picture of their property and it has a line on there that purports to be a property line, whether or not it says it is or not, they think that that's what it is. So I don't know if these gentlemen see the same thing or not, but it's something that I see almost on a daily basis. And
Those assessors maps will never be classified as authoritative. Go to Metro Nashville and pull up that, the first thing you have to do is acknowledge a disclaimer that the data is as is and that it is not a legal representation. We would also get those same queries in our property mapping section. I always said the controlling document, the authoritative document, started with if there was nothing else, it started with the deed. Then if there was a survey, and then the plat was the controlling document if it existed, which those are more of. We found that it was impossible to completely resolve all issues with parcel boundaries on the assessor's map. Nature of our survey and our property mapping system in the state. So far, I think, of people using information inappropriately. Always been in the public domain. We've improved the accuracy a lot. In Metro, we improved the accuracy a lot, but we hit situations where in a preliminary investigation, we found the property lines actually did go through a house in a few cases because they did not use a surveyor. They recorded a plat, then they never used a surveyor again, so the foundations were never surveyed in, the street was never surveyed in, and it was, at some point, it's going to be a mess that explodes.
Right. I mean, there's always situations, and I understand it. I guess the point I'm making is with the maybe the evolving or evolution of GIS in many different public venues. There's some counties that don't utilize state services still on some of that stuff. Some counties utilize state services for their mapping and different things. But when you, like I say, when you have the ability, when the consumer has, or the public has the ability to go to a website, pick these things up and so forth, you're exactly right. There should be disclaimers that are involved, but in your world, in the GIS world, that's something as a surveyor that I see that is very problematic, and it's very harmful to the public because they're not being made aware of the fact that this is just an accumulation, a compilation of best available data in a viewable format, but it does not substantiate, so forth and so on.
But I would submit that certification by a surveyor would not make it any more accurate, nor would it make it. The problem you're describing is an education problem and a public notification problem. It's not a surveying issue. Again, when those problems were presented to us in our property mapping, in frequent cases, if it wasn't easily resolvable within the office, our recommendation was always, you need to hire a surveyor. That was the document for us, that was the guiding document. You can certify, you can require that the parcel maps be certified, but all you can do is certify to their inherent inaccuracies. Partly because a large number of the parcels in any one county, particularly in our rural counties, are not surveyed.
Well, I think that, again, going back to, and I'm certainly not trying to be argumentative in any way, I'm just describing a few things. I think one of the other things.
Familiar with what you're describing.
One of the other things that I see as a surveyor in dealing with GIS folks is that there is a difficulty in their dealing with a variety of datums. You know, if you're always dealing with, well, let's say WGS 84, for example, with a certain ellipsoid and so forth and so on, then you're going to be dealing with apples to apples across the board. But so many things come in different datums that also creates, in my mind, an additional complication of marrying the metadata layers together so that they appear the way that they should appear. And that creates situations of potential rotations or movements or translations on the data that I feel like that surveyors are the individuals that should be qualified to do that scenario so that the information that's being provided to the public would in fact be as accurate as possible.
Well, I mean, we have to deal with local areas. They provide us with the data that's necessary we actually have to remove the local adjustment so it fits in with a statewide database approach. Otherwise, the distortions actually will create a perception of inaccuracies that don't exist. So again, it's the surveyor that provides the information that allow us to accurately portray data that wouldn't warrant necessarily survey. Multiple datums all the time. Survey feet, international feet. I'd really like to get everybody moving into a metric system where they only cut or problem for us, particularly since we don't even use the same foot. We're using two different measurements of feet. So again, as a GIS manager, I'm well familiar with what you're describing, but when we get ready to make any adjustments so that a survey is properly portrayed in context of relating data, other related data, we use the expertise.
Where I'm leading to with that is we have been updating and reviewing chapters of our standards and regulations and rules, and one that we have not touched is about the Tennessee State Plane Coordinate System. Mm-hmm. And it seems to me that in light of this discussion that you and I are having, mm-hmm. that it may be appropriate that we address that particular chapter from a standpoint of getting it updated, because we're already in the process of looking at RTK and how we're dealing with it and so forth, so that it might be possible that you in the GIS world would be able to pose to the board a recommendation relative to what type of statewide datum that would be most workable with most of these tools. For example, the property data and this type of thing. Now, obviously, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel, but the same token, that chapter, as long as many other of our chapters, is more than dated.
Well, and the state plane coordinate system is problematic for me. You're looking at scales of work. Surveyor frequently is dealing with an extremely detailed. I'm dealing with a statewide database, and I've got I need to get all of this information to work. And on top of that, I'm having to coordinate with surrounding states. Well, the state plane coordinate system stops at the state line essentially. So everybody's got their own state plane coordinate system, so I have to convert those. So
Well, that's why.
I'd love to visit that issue and look at some alternative.
Well, that's why
It's an
that's,
issue for me.
you know, for example, just to use something for discussion, we have Tennessee State Plain, and what you said about it is 100% correct. Then we have, for example, like WGS 84, and then we have all these other different ellipses, so forth and so on. What I'm getting at is if we go into that and look at that area in our statutes and rules, then there may be a better place that we need to be that will take us forward in a better manner than we currently have existing.
Our interest in the GIS community is to work with all do what we do, make sure we're all in a position to do what we do best. That is, not look at what we may, how am I trying to put this? Is look for the ways that we capitalize on our particular talents and skills. And find the GIS community is not interested in becoming, I've never wanted to be a surveyor. So when I looked at the North Carolina regulations of grandfathering, I wouldn't qualify because I've never tried to do that work, but I've always been very careful, make sure that I know the what distinguishes surveying practice from general GIS, and that when a survey is prudent and required, is that what I always have.
Qualified under South Carolina's?
South Carolina, I'm not familiar with their, are they under a similar?
FGIS, yes. And it's different than North
Yeah.
Carolina's.
When I looked specifically at North Carolina, and I would not qualify under the grandfathering. Their grandfathering is very restrictive. If we were to go to the route of licensing GIS and photogrammetry, my advocacy would be that you would need to develop separate exam questions related to those.
So that is something that exists, and it's something that we've looked into. This board is a member of the Colonial States Association, and that association prepares what's known as a mapping science examination, and that's the examination, for example, that North Carolina and South Carolina, to use an example, I think the state of Washington does it too, that they use for photogrammetrists to be licensed as surveyors. Matter of fact, the state of Virginia uses it also for photogrammetrists. And they also use that for GIS individuals.
Well,
And it's moduled and patterned to your profession.
well, I looked at that years ago when
Yeah.
I was trying to establish more professional. I found it very specific. That is, it came from a particular, GIS has a particular focus. And again, it didn't fit what I was doing. That's why I pursued the GIS professional certification through GISCI, because GIS covers a lot of different ground. And they will have an exam that they will be rolling out in 2015. So if this body were to pursue licensing of GIS, again, I would recommend that they look at that exam. It's intended to cover the broad reach of GIS.
And that was from AS, PRS?
No, that's from GISCI.
Oh, GSCI, okay.
Yes.
One thing that we learned, Jay was with me in Charleston, South Carolina, and we had a gentleman from Florida who's a photogrammetrist speak with us, and he reiterated basically the same thing that Bobby Tuck had told me before. Bobby's a good friend of mine, and is that typically speaking, across the United States, there's approximately 157 photogrammetrists that are active, participating, doing work. And that number is very consistent from state to state when states create licensure for photogrammetrists in relation to surveying. And I know when I queried Kate Norbosch, who's the executive director of the Pellissippa Board in Virginia, I think she told me 138 when they went through the grandfather situation was the number that they got out of that group to get licensure in Virginia. So, and Bobby had reiterated the same thing, as well as Robin Petzel that Jay and I listened to speak, that it's a small group and it's primarily the same folks from state to state when they do that. And they primarily don't have any issue with it whatsoever because state to state, it's basically set up pretty well the same situation. That's the same thing that Andrew Ritter in North Carolina, who's their executive director, had told us about the photogrammetrists in North Carolina. Again, same folks, same players. However, I will tell you this, that in speaking with Andrew Ritter in North Carolina, he indicated that the GIS licensure had been an exceptionally small number. Again, in tune with what you were speaking about yourself, for example, maybe not qualifying as a grandfather over there. So North Carolina's number has not been very big with GIS. South Carolina has more numbers, but I didn't talk to the lady down there to find out exactly what her number was. So the interrelationship of GIS with licensure as a land surveyor is one, and it's still in its infancy, two very small numbers at this point in time. But a photogrammetrist is a whole different subject.
Right. And so to a large extent, I can't speak for the photogrammetry community. Again, Bobby was unable. And GIS utilizes and organizes and presents products from surveying and photogrammetry. And it's been hard for us to pin down. It's been hard for us to the test is being based on the Department of Labor's geospatial competency model that that was developed. Federal guidelines as far as establishing what the test content should be. And before this body would proceed with including GIS within the licensure, I would recommend you look strongly at that exam and what ground it covers. I think there needs to be more communication between both groups. GIS needs to understand surveying better, but I think surveying needs situations of where we employ GIS licensed surveyors to provide us with GIS data, and they were unable to do it because they did not know what GIS was. So we both, I think, have some could benefit from some education.
I clearly see the same thing from what you've presented to us today. And before you leave, I would hope that you would meet Jimmy Cleveland. If you've not met Mr. Cleveland, he's current president of TAPS, because I think that there could be some positive interaction, maybe about even some seminars or something to open that communication and assist all of us. I think that's, again, that's part of the goal of this, and that's part of your all's recommendation is better communication to get
I would recommend that before we look at a legislative solution. I'm not saying, and my caveat is it may be that in the end we still find that additional legislation is needed, but we would, as community, but I think surveyors as well would benefit from some more dialogue between us before we move that in that direction.
Certainly appreciate you for answering our questions. Anybody else have anything? And I would certainly encourage you to help facilitate that communication, maybe by talking with Mr. Cleveland or other TAPS folks, or even feel free to contact any of us at any time, because I'll know where to find you. All of our technologies are intertwined, yeah, and they're continuing to evolve each moment right now. Yeah. And we don't know exactly where the future is a year from now, sometimes 5 or 10, just with all these technological changes. So it's important. Communication is very, very important. And as you adequately said, the end game is what's important. And we want to protect the public and make sure that we all do the right things. Absolutely. But again, we thank you very, very much. And please thank the members of your committee also.
I'll do that.
Okay. NCAAS PS report. I guess that's me. Y'all get tired of hearing me. I don't blame you. Board here. Basically, I'm going to report on two things. Well, really just one. I attended a NCAAS EPS committee, which EPS is Examination for Professional Surveyors. NCAAS is full of acronyms. That's the first test that Jay will have to take when he goes to Seattle. There's about 2 pages of them. So if I get caught up in them, I'm guilty because I've learned a few of them. Doesn't mean I understand them. But in June, I attended a meeting at Clemson at the NCAAS headquarters. This meeting was the PS committee of EPS. And the purpose of our committee meeting was to basically review existing exam questions, write new exam questions. We're actually 4 exams out right now. We actually have 4 exams prepared. Go through those and analyze them, also analyze what else is going on. To kind of give you an idea where we're at right now with FS on the CBT level, the results are being given to the testee 7 days. They're within 7 days. So if you took the test today, 7 days later, you would have your results. So that's a pretty quick turnaround. It's not quite as quick as they hoped initially, but it's a pretty quick turnaround. But let me tell you what's happened nationally. In the fall of 2011, there were 860 FS candidates that took the examination. In the fall of 2013, there were 530. Now, that's a pretty devastating decrease. In the first 2 CBT windows for the FS exam, there has been 367 exams. Now, they didn't differentiate as to if any of them were multiple takers, but there has been a total of 367 exams. And they have what they call a queue, which means that there's another 300 that have been approved but haven't scheduled their exam. So through June, there was 667, basically, of the FS exam. That's nationally. So I feel like that's a little bit low. Also, the FS pass rate for the CBT is lower than what's been historical. This was anticipated when CBT was discussed because of just the new venue, whereas, not that you were used to going in a room with paper and pencil and sitting down taking a test, but that was a little more familiar venue. Now you're in a cubicle with a computer, and you got a little camera over your head, and you've been scrutinized by security, and hand printed, and all kinds of things that go on in that scenario. You went through all that, so I would think that there'd be a little bit different nerve set. Plus the fact that when you get to question plus or minus 55 of the 110 that's on the test, you are now able to take a break. But the problem with that is, for example, the test is, the whole window is 6 hours, and that includes pre-test and pre-test stuff, and then also post-test analysis, reporting on what you thought of the exam, so forth and so on, and your break. So all of that's included in the 6 hour window. So what's happening, can happen to some of them is that they get in there, the computer's not new to them. These young folks are very familiar with the computer, but just the scenario, the question and so forth, and you can go back and review up to the point when you take your break. So if you've done 55 questions and you're like, I need to go take my break, well, you hit that button, those are history. There's no review. You don't get to go back and touch them again. Well, second problem with that is you may be 3.5 hours in, and you got to go take your break. Now you got 55 questions left, and you've only got 2 hours left. So it's also a time management scenario along with the new environment. So it was anticipated when this was created that we probably would have a lot of folks taking it at least 2 times just to get through it. And the other scenario is, think about it, if you took the last FS exam you took was paper and pencil, and now you're taking the computer exam, you really have a different environment. So that's another reason why they anticipate the potential of 2 exams. We wouldn't think about that, but that's sort of the way it works. But the pass rate is lower. The rate through the first 2 windows was 45%, was the rate. Okay, on the PS exam, NCAAS has issued an RFP, request for proposal, to Pearson VUE, who is the current vendor for the FS, to review the PS exam, which is actually the first step for the PS going to CBT. And that's anticipated sometime in the window between 2016 and 2017. So that'll also create another change for us at the board here, because we'll lose another paper and pencil exam. It'll go to being computer. So then we'll be down to the TS, which that currently has a study group, which Jim Riney from Kentucky is over, to try to encourage the states to put their exam on computers so that someone would be able to take the state exam on computer. Now, that could be either through Pearson VUE or other situations. And right now, I think the 2 I can think of is Michigan and Utah, because they work together on theirs, work with the same vendor and stuff to save state-specific exam. But they're looking at that. Part of the FS situation is they're looking at how to do it in modules, number of questions, time, all the same factors we went through with the FS, because the FS used to be an 8-hour exam, which basically took you 9 hours to do, and when it was more, it was 170 questions, I think it was, and now it's pared down to actual 100 questions, because 10 questions are what we call pre-test questions, which means everybody takes them, they don't know which ones they are, and we're able to monitor those questions and see if they have a good reliability with the cyclometricians and so forth to use for future exams. I did learn that a candidate cannot retake the exam, the FS exam, in the same window. It was originally thought that they could. So if you take it in January, February window, you have to wait to April, May window if you're unsuccessful to take it again. And you do only get to take it 3 times in a 12-month period. So in other words, if we approve a candidate tomorrow to take the FS examination and they don't take the FS until January, they have from January to January to take it 3 times before they would reapply to this board. And NCAAS puts an automatic stop at the end of the 3rd failure on them. There's no way they can get in until they go back to their jurisdictional board to have them reapproved, which would put them back to us. Let's see. Well, yeah, one thing that's interesting on the FSCBT is that they are now able to tell exactly how long you spend on every question. When you click that up on the screen until you click it off, they can tell you exactly how long that question takes. And interestingly enough, in writing questions, I've written questions for both exams, but in this June meeting when we were writing questions for the PS, that's one of the factors that they want you, when you write your question, they want you to tell them how long a candidate should anticipate being involved with this question that you just wrote. So it's quite interesting, and what's amazing is when you go back and look at the FS items that have been written historically and look at the times that's on them, and then look now at how those times apply to CBT, it's amazing. It's amazing how really close the question writer has really got it to that. So that's just a few things. One other thing. The April PS exam, nationally, there were 495. was the number for the April PS. You can see collectively, the numbers are down. I wouldn't think that it would be now as much as it would have been a few years ago. But the numbers have seen a small decline. But, you know, and the CBT is so new that they're just now really wrapping their arms around it to find out what's going on. Because it just gives them so much more data now so they can make things work. But that's my report on PS, FS, CBT, EPS, 1, 2, 3. Anybody have any questions? All righty. Okay, all righty, good. Somebody else gets to talk. Mr. Cleveland, it is now your turn.
I submitted 2 reports on behalf of TAPS. The first one we'll look at the what's generically referred to as the RTK committee. The TAPS Standards of Practice Committee has volunteered to review the guidelines of several states, territories, jurisdictions, and organizations with respect to guidelines that are currently in place for the use of GPS, both static and RTK, while conducting boundary surveys. At the current time, we are reviewing standards from the province of British Columbia, the entire country of Canada, Connecticut, North Carolina, Kentucky, Arkansas, and Mississippi. There may be other standards that we review as we're going through as they become available to us. It's our current goal to have a recommendation to the board at the October 2014 meeting. Basically, what we're finding is there's not a whole lot of guidelines out there for the use of this technology. So, so what we're trying to do is just kind of gather the information, and as I think as you and I had discussed, you know, over the phone, is just have some kind of statement on the face of the survey saying what you used, whether you used, you know, Opus or whatever the case may be, and have maybe some kind of relative tolerance or something like that. We're, like I said, well, that's the goal we're working towards, and we hope to have a recommendation by the October meeting on that topic. Do you have any questions? Particular topic. Okay. The second report is alludes to back when we were reviewing the rules for continuing education. It was my understanding that once the rules are approved, there will be a mandate for 1 hour of minimum standards and 1 hour of ethics required per renewal period. And I've spoken with a couple of people within the TAPS organization that have put on continuing education seminars, and I've had the opportunity to attend several conferences this year that did require minimum standards and ethics. So I've kind of got an idea how some of the other states are handling it. So what my goal is we're going to work with a small group of TAPS members and try to formulate a 1 hour presentation on both minimum standards and ethics to submit that for approval by the Board of Examiners, Continuing Education Review Committee. And it's the desire to maybe have a couple of qualified instructors in each grand division of the state to put these on, hopefully at the local chapter levels, to maybe strum up the interest at the local levels, but also for TAPS to be the provider, the in-state provider for those education requirements. That's our goal, and we're moving forward. We'll be moving forward with that very, very soon.
Well, I think that's good, and based on what we discussed a little earlier with Mr. Herndon, we're probably working our way towards the first of the year to having those approved. So I think it's very timely on yours and others and the association's involvement in that to be ready to go when that does become law.
Yes, sir.
We appreciate that. Does anyone else have questions for Mr. Cleveland at this time, or? I wanted to do one thing, and I think it's on the heels of recommendation from Mr. McDonough. he mentioned in his email and mentioned as he spoke to us that he felt it was appropriate that the area primarily around photogrammetry and the UAS industry should be studied in greater depth. And with the board's permission and direction, I would like to ask that Mr. Cleveland take that charge back to TAPS and create a committee to do that very thing that Mr. McDonough has asked us to do, to look into photogrammetry in U.S. A little bit further in depth and report back to us.
Yeah, I would ask the same, if TAPS would be.
I'll definitely, our next board meeting will be in September. I'll be more than happy to start investigating that, trying to assemble some people who may have some background on that prior to the meeting, and probably officially form that committee at that time to move forward. So,
Certainly
and work
appreciate
with the
that.
incoming president to make sure that we move forward with that.
Appreciate that. I'd also like to recognize Mike Roberts. Mike is on our advisory committee for our continuing education. He's also here today wearing another hat for TAPS. I think he's replacing Leonard Tussar, who normally attends our meetings. So we want to welcome Mike and thank him for coming. And I'd just like to ask you, Mike, if you're having any specific issues that maybe you might want to address with the board on your continuing education review, anything that we could help you with, or we should be thinking about to try to make your job better and easier.
Only some better guidelines. Correspondence courses, with those
I think you'll find that when the new continuing education chapter goes into effect, that will help greatly with that particular question that you've asked, because what we currently, and you have just currently referred to as our ratio, basically goes away. And you will see that in the new regulations, they are, at least in my definition, crafted more so around seat time than not, if that's a fair way of saying it. I think I'm very hopeful that situation, once that becomes law, will be a much more easier, manageable scenario for not only you, but all the members of the committee.
appreciate that.
And we appreciate what you're doing very much. All righty. Okay. The next item on the agenda is discuss public chapter 881. I'm gonna let Mr. Northcutt lead on this. He asked to address it.
Let's see, where is?
Yeah, I did too, and I'm not here. No.
Okay. It's in the back of the book here somewhere. Based on what I had heard, and the only thing that I'm familiar with, I know that the governor has asked that after we have gone through this law making process to revise our licensure requirements and has been made law and has been signed by the governor, then we find that we still have in front of us a law that says the governor wants us to use an apprentice program. And kind of surprised me when I took a look at that, and I thought, well, we were getting away from this apprentice program type thing, and that our law, after 3 years, the avenue of licensure would no longer use experience, apprentice type route. But yet, we have a bill 881 that's before us dealing with that specific type thing. And so I think that we probably ought to discuss and maybe I'm looking at it a little, I guess, broader view, and maybe I need to narrow my vision and put blinders on and narrow it down to a particular area. And I'm not sure what that was, but I was a little bit taken back when I saw that, and I thought, well, we're getting rid of the apprentice program, and here it is, it's right in front of us again. So here I am. I'm open for anything, because I don't know which avenue to take or how we need to address this particular thing. So it's open for all kinds of discussion.
Well, Tim, I think it really boils down to how you define an apprentice program. It can be in several different ways. Predominantly, I've always thought of it as being a union type structure, which obviously surveying at this point is. When I look at the broad definition of apprentice, really I look at it as being a combination of experience and education and progression of that up until the professional route. And I think in the spirit of that definition, the way I define it myself, I believe we're there already. In that for the requirements of a licensure professional surveyor in this state, there is a combination of education and experience and testing. Mm-hmm. And there is a natural progression of step by step by step, and you must basically check the boxes until you get to that route of what we entitle as professional surveyor in this state. So when I read through this 881, that was the way I interpreted the definition of apprenticeship or an apprentice program. I felt in the spirit of what 881 described to me that I felt that we were in some capacity already there. Now perhaps you see it in a different light.
Well, and maybe that's the case, and maybe I haven't read it that way and didn't interpret it that way, because I was afraid as we took a look at this that this was going to come back and erode what we had already accomplished in the new law that has been put into effect, and that was my concern about this particular thing. Sure. And having talked with Tim briefly about this, we also have a program that we have an LSIT program in place, which is, if for better terms, that is a type of an apprentice program.
That's what I'm saying.
And if that's what we're alluding to with this and what have you, then I'm not sure that I have any great concern about that. Mm-hmm. I just don't want that to erode what we have so laboriously gone through with this last lawmaking process. Right. And to degrade any kind of avenue of licensure to back to what was known as a quote 10-year rule. Mm-hmm. Forgive me for using that term, which was never a term that should have been used to begin with. So that's the only concern that I had. Sure. when I read this, and I thought, oh well, I'm out in left field, or I'm thinking the wrong direction, and maybe I wasn't. So anyway, Tim.
Well, I guess where I come from is having gone through the legislative process that we just did to modify the ability the most noteworthy thing that I took away from that process was in discussions by different legislatures in their either committee meeting or their group meeting, they wanted to utilize the word apprentice. I personally am a little bit offended by the word apprentice, feeling as though I'm a professional. Because to me, apprentice is directly tied to trade. And surveying is not a trade, yet it's been thought to be a trade for many, many years. So the great negative that I came away from the legislative process was that I think our legislators still feel as though surveying is a trade and not a profession, because that's the way they uneloquently referred to us through many of their proceedings that I heard them verbalize as I sat there and watched it on my computer. But notwithstanding that, the primary concern that I have is that we have an obligation by this law by December 31st of this year to provide a particular type of document to, it says it has to be submitted to the Speaker of the Senate, the Speaker of the House, Government Operations, the Senate and House of Representatives, Commissioner of Commerce and Insurance, Commissioner of Health, and the Commissioner of Labor, Workforce Development before December 31st. So obviously that's going to be one and the same letter, but I felt like it was important that we did address this, and it is my opinion, as both of you gentlemen have said, that the scenario that we have to get to licensure, if you look at the criteria early in the law here of how they get there, licensure is kind of the end goal, and then of course the involvement with the regulatory boards. So I think we meet the spirit of this very clearly with what we are doing and have been doing. It's just a matter that we need to formulate a letter in order to be able to distribute to these individuals. And I'm sure there's no question that Donna, we need your help, because it's asking for statistical data, as in how many people's taken the test, how many people passed the test, what our numbers are, so forth and so on. And we probably need a little bit of Rob's help also with this letter to fill in some of these other blanks about, what our process is, maybe just as simple by statute or whatever it may be. So the end game result here in this issue to me is that hopefully by the next meeting in October, you all will have begun to formulate something so that we as the board will be able to look at it and tweak it or ask questions or whatever the case may be, so that we could then vote on it, and then you all could finish it in the proper format and so forth and get it distributed to the appropriate individual or agency as required by the statute. That's my main goal, is we make sure, we do what they're asking us to do. And I think we have. It's just a matter of getting it in a format that will meet their criteria.
And as far as I'm concerned, I think that's the avenue that we really ought to take. I don't know, frankly, Jimmy, I don't know if there's anything that from TAPS other than what you have already heard. If you have some input that you would like to present, feel free to give that to us too. But
Well, and forgive me, I ought to know this law backwards and forwards as much as we worked on it together. The way I understand the new law is we've got the three avenues towards licensure.
No, this is a separate,
This is
separate
separate.
legislative document.
But
Yes.
with the way our current licensing law is now, there are three different options an individual has to be licensed. It's my opinion as a professional surveyor, as I would assume everybody that's licensed in this room would share, we don't want just anybody to be able to do it. I mean, they need to be able to meet those qualifications. So the steps are in place. For a very short time, my brother was in either a plumbing or an electrical program, and it's a long process. It's not a overnight thing. So I think with our current law that was just passed, I think the steps are there, outline it, and I think from my layman point of view, I guess, not knowing what that law says because I haven't seen it, but I think the steps are there. It's just you know, I think with what's going on this year, I think it's in place. I mean, I think it's already there.
The other thing is, I would hope that we would be able, through Rob's direction and assistance, to better solidify the perception of a surveyor as a professional through this presentation to all of these different entities. That the surveying profession, or some dialogue in this letter that just simply reminds them or alerts them that surveying is a profession, just as an attorney or a doctor or whatever. Surveying is a profession, and we consider it so, and we uphold standards and so forth to the highest. And that would be kind of a side thing that I would like to see come out of this if we could. If not that that's the focus of what they're asking, but at the same token, if we could take advantage of this opportunity to speak to that, it might open an eye or two the next time that something comes up before them. And now obviously some of the older guys and ladies that are up there, they're probably going to see it the same way. You're not going to change their mind. But some of the newcomers and this type of thing might begin to view it and see it as the profession that we are. And any time that we can promote ourselves as a profession, I feel like that we should do that. And even if it's just as simple as a sentence or two in a letter. So Rob, if you and Miss Donna will work on that for us, we'll see what we can come up with in October and push it out the door. Or Mr. Northcutt will.
Of course. I will say one thing too, and frankly, I've been really disappointed in two or three of the surveyors in the state for what they have put most of us through in this past legislative session, and yet they have taken no steps themselves to further their steps toward licensure than they were when they first started this. They stirred up a hornet's nest and then they just walked away from it. And that just really gets to me. And I think, unfortunately, the legislatures that received information from these particular individuals, they have a perception now that says, okay, you guys, you really did need this, and in fact, we really didn't need this, and this particular thing, as far as the apprentice program, is in place. And if the legislature, the next time this thing comes up, oh, we need experience and what have you, let me refer you to 881, or let me refer you to, and this is already in place and the experience is here. You follow the rest of the program that is in the new law as far as licensure is concerned, because that has given me a really bad taste for some guys over in East Tennessee. And they push for this thing and they push for it, and none of them have made application to take the exam, even though they are claiming experience. Do we have one this time? Well, we'll talk about it when we review it, but up until this time, they have not made application.
Two haven't back.
And the two main ones that engineered this particular thing didn't, and they still had the opportunity in which to do that. So, I get off my soapbox, but I just think that this program, a letter to the various entities here, I think will solve, let's put it, it'll give them an explanation as to what our process is and the apprentice program as we.
Okay. Any further discussion on 881? Good discussion, and like I say, I hope we take advantage of this opportunity on professionalism. Okay, Mr. Herndon, what's the status with our sister board relative to QSB? Or QBS, yeah.
Qualification-based selection.
Yeah, you're right. That's one of them acronyms. She got the letters right.
Well, the engineers are pretty adamant following that law. The good news is in Seattle, there's a class specifically on QBS. I intend to visit with. I hope y'all do too.
I think I signed up for that one. I blew it.
I may have too.
It's how California's been dealing with it. And if we can get some kind of insight on how they've been dealing with it, I think we can bring home something very valuable. Sort of looking forward to that discussion, because I'm still having a little trouble with it myself, and it's hard to discipline for that kind of thing because there's so many entities involved in it.
Well, I just think that the suggestive nature of that language is very.
I mean, the purpose of it most certainly is the purpose is to be whenever we're building things for the public use. It's just implementing it. There's so many people involved. There's local governments that are the ones that are putting out the bid. But their choice is, well, I can refuse to do this and lose the project, or I can comply with it and break the standards of practice and get punished for it. So, like I say, I'm really looking forward to this seminar coming up. California, as you know, I can only imagine what it's like for them to deal with based selection. So hopefully we'll learn.
And I hope that when we do learn something, we'll be able to incorporate it in this current chapter that we're working on. It's kind of that's sort of a catch-all chapter, and it's kind of an opportunity to be able to put that in there.
It's something that makes a lot of sense and perhaps always good, not reinventing the wheel every time we try to do.
Donna, did you print us an updated OS? Is there one in the?
The one I've got in there is the red line one.
Okay, there is a red line. It's on the
One on here,
iPad.
but I suggested.
Yeah, maybe I didn't print it. Maybe I printed.
There's one on here, but sometimes people like to make notes on.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah,
Red line, but the lines are black. Okay, that's interesting.
I forget what. Starts on page 93 with the regulatory flexibility statement. After were y'all intending to finalize the form? I think that's what y'all asked me to do, is get these ready.
Yeah, we were trying to get it as far as we could, in my mind, get it as far as we could with the exception of QBS.
Well, then, if we're not gonna do the final form today, we don't have to worry about the flexibility statement. We'll do that whenever we get the language the way we want it and the board votes and says this is what we wanna do.
Because we'll have to still go through the economic impact and all that stuff too, won't we?
Yep. That's what this document is, starting on 93. But since you have it, you might as well take a look at it. I have to answer these questions on here when the time comes.
There's a regulatory document that we're looking at right now in front of it.
wanting to segue into talking about these rules?
I think so. I think, let's see what time it is. 11:35. Why don't we just go ahead and break for lunch? Is that okay with you, guys?
So to me.
Let's just go ahead and break for lunch, and when we come back from lunch, we can start with this chapter, and then I guess we can go into our application language that we delayed from the director's report. Okay, it's now 1:10 p.m., and I hope everyone had a good lunch, and we're already back here to get started, and it seems as though Mr. Herndon has left. So that being the case, since I was going to talk about his topic first, we will go to Miss Donna's topic that was in the director's report that we passed over, which is review of the application for the LS and also the PLS. Is that correct, Donna?
The PLS and the PLSIT. I knew what you're talking about.
Thank you. I don't know what to say. Anyway, the LS and the LSIT, how's that? Okay. So if everybody will find their copy, whether it be in paper copy or on the, I think this thing's called an iPad. I'm gonna get that figured out one of these days. No, we avoided you because you left the room. You're being punished, Robert. No, we're gonna get the rule after this one, but right now, we're working on Miss Donna's, the application, if I can find it here on TV. There's bound to be a better way to scroll through this thing than what I'm doing, but I'll figure it out eventually.
Tap on it to where it has a heading on the top.
See, by
Next
the
to
time
the
I
word.
decide to tap, I find stuff.
If you go to that little button next to the library, word library, it makes it, you can see.
Okay, we will start, whoops. I'm on page 22 if you're on your iPad, and I've got paper copy in front of me also. I made a recommendation to Donna about the first paragraph on the LS. I think the LS is the first one we look at. Is that not correct, Donna? On the LS to be removed. I don't know what the members. Since we have a new licensing law, I don't necessarily know that we need to be making that statement. Simply since
I don't
we
need it.
reformatted, we really don't need it, I don't think.
Just suggestion is to remove that altogether?
Yes,
Is that
just
correct?
remove that.
Yep.
Because the end result will be whatever we do here, which is what Donna will be publishing on the website for availability. Also, just for the members' edification, Peter Messier and I had spoken, and we contacted Donna and got her input on it. he's now going to, and as a matter of fact, I think that you all maybe heard Peter say that in Charleston, come to think of it, but he's going to be sending a complete package to Donna.
He's already done that, but I haven't gotten it up on the website yet, because I was gonna wait till after we reviewed these.
So he's actually, all the instructions that Donna has been emailing out and so forth, he's actually put all that together. She's gonna put it on the website, so there will be no reason that a candidate will not be able to access and familiarize themselves with what they need to know prior to the examination. You know, we had that situation come up with a particular applicant. A couple meetings, or a couple tests ago. We'll just go through it page by page. Anything anybody else sees on page 1 that we need to change or modify? Okay, on page 2, the question that I had was whether or not we actually need to include item number 1, because this application is for someone who already is a PLSIT.
That kind of got me there as I was reading the very first sentence there about for a PLSIT, and I had to even look back on the first page to make sure I was reading the right one, but yeah. Kind of brought me into question as well.
I think that we ought to eliminate that if we can, Donna. Since that's not what this particular part is all about. And then that'll change your numbers or whatever, you can take care of all that.
All right, so item 1, which has the subparts A through F to be removed?
Yes, sir.
Yep, gotcha.
And item 2 should be verbatim from the new chapter 714. Is that not correct, Don? So, remainder of page 2 and all of page 3 should be verbatim to the law. Now we're on page 4. Do we actually need the first paragraph there, Donna, that section 2?
No, I need to change that 200 to 25.
Wait a minute, we're on LS, you're fine, you're fine. But I'm suggesting eliminate where it says section 2.
Section 2, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's part of chapter 714, but it doesn't necessarily have to apply to this. In the first paragraph under application, after the fee, the second 2 sentences, do we need either of those?
That's what I was gonna ask you. Why don't we just take that out?
What do you think, Jay?
From what I read of it, I believe the intention was, now we're talking about the second sentence, if the application is
Yes.
approved. That may be in there for someone who is out of state and may qualify to just take the TS.
I don't know, I didn't write all, that was already in there when I revised it, so.
Trying to think of the
But that might-
origin,
you're
trying to think of the
probably right.
origin and the reasoning that's in there.
Well, I can see where you're coming from, but in some ways, wouldn't that be assumed, per se?
Yeah, no, I understand.
Because if the applicant has already passed the PS, they know that that's all they're gonna get. So,
And the second one, I think at some point, we're gonna have to remove, obviously, when it all goes computer-based testing.
I think it'd be just fine to remove it right now. What do you think? We can leave it, I mean, just,
Yeah.
that's why we're bouncing through this
I'm
thing.
trying to think if it's more beneficial to keep it or to remove it, to be honest with you, but at this point, that's a true statement. Every
Correct.
applicant does have to take a written examination. And I'm saying written as opposed to CBTs. That being,
Right.
and at this point, it is written, and some states are completely CBTs or not. I think it's, at this point, I think the benefit would be to leave that statement in there. That
What
every
about-
applicant is required
okay.
to take a written examination, and then when it goes to CBT testing, we can take that out.
What about the second sentence in this?
Oh, the second one?
Yeah.
Which applicant will be required? I'm fine removing that.
Removing it? And do we necessarily have to make the third sentence all caps, or? Can we go to lowercase on that one then, Donna? Eliminate the second sentence, and then just go to lowercase?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, on the, on the applications, do we need to speak to that dialogue? Because technically, it's incorrect from the standpoint that it says applications are reviewed in March for April, because we review them in January or February,
I'm sitting there thinking about today.
and then we're reviewing in August for October.
Well, this was written back.
Right,
I
yeah.
understand, I
I
understand.
didn't catch that one. Let me just change that.
Does that statement need to be there?
I don't think it does.
I was gonna say, what difference does it make when we review them?
What,
And
difference
that,
does it
that
make
is
then
in
as to
here.
when-
Yeah.
Well, and the other thing is, if, I don't think that NCAAS is gonna change their exam scenario, because they've got it set way far in the future.
Is there some reason that an applicant might need,
That's what I say, if we leave the two highlighted sections, then the first sentence is totally mute.
Yep. Yeah, I don't see what benefit that is to leave that one in there.
Next meeting. 2015 meetings. The exam in October is the
meeting date?
To the, no.
we changed it to
Yeah, it would be the
23rd.
thirtieth, yeah, that'd be right, yeah. 30th would be right. So we'll make that from the 23rd to the 30th. Okay. Okay, thank you, Donna. Could, and just for chronological exactness, could we switch those two, put April before October? If that means anything.
Yeah.
Where it says October exam deadline,
Oh, I see.
just switch those two. Just to be chronologically correct for whatever that's worth.
Yeah.
Now, this is something that we've talked about pretty extensively, Jay. The next item is, we've talked about the possibility of bringing the applicants in.
Yep.
This would be an outstanding place, I think, to mention it to the applicant. To say, hey, look, if you failed 2 times, you need to come talk to us. Don't you think?
Let's see here, right where it says applicants who failed the examination 2 or more times?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Must complete a retake request form, or they're gonna have to do that, but at the end of the day, must also appear before the board or whatever.
Wording in that second sentence after the retake the exam, the request form will have to approve by.
So if the first sentence, then it would end with say, must complete a retake request form and appear in person before the board. Would that be fine, Jay?
That does work, but I'm looking at the sentence that follows.
Okay.
The request form will have to be approved by the board. I wonder if we
Why don't
could.
we say you will have to be approved by the board before you will be allowed to take the.
We're wanting them
Well,
to come here
we
and
want
stand
him
right
to
there and
come
talk
there.
to us, is what we're
Yeah,
wanting.
Instead-
approving the form doesn't mean that he has to
Or
show up here.
say-
We want him to show up here,
I
or
want
the
him to
applicant
show
to
up.
show up here.
But then it will say,
Prior to approval to taking the exam, the applicant must appear before the board.
Applicants who fail the examination 2 or more times must appear before the board prior to completing a retest request form. How's that?
that's good.
Like butter, isn't it?
That'll work.
Just flows, doesn't it?
I mean, the way I see it is I don't think they have to appear to us before they complete the rather, that they have to appear before us for our review and approval of the retake
The retake.
request.
Say that prior to getting approval
Gotta
to
come
take
in.
it again, you have to be here. You have to show up here. Show up before you take it again. And then
Then the second sentence would have to say, the applicant will have to be approved by the board before they will be allowed to take the exam again. Then that would flow. Good with that?
I like it.
Okay, now we're on the exam registration. Only thing I see, Donna, is on the results. The last sentence, it says, the board will notify you of your TS exam results by email at the same time. That's not been the case recently. I think we just need to get rid of at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that takes the burden.
Right. And you may or may not want to capitalize board, that's up to you. Just be. Okay, and this is good, because coming here, Jay, we've got procedure to meet with the board coming up next, so hopefully that'll flow with what we just did. What's the second sentence? I think we could meet with them anytime, couldn't we, Jay?
Absolutely.
Could we strike the second sentence? On the next one, the last part of that sentence. It says applicants who failed the exam and request to meet with the board cannot meet with the board and retake the exam at the same time, but must wait until the next exam is offered. I understand what it's saying, but wouldn't it sound better and must wait until the next exam after the board's approval? Or is that?
The applicant who has failed twice? Because it doesn't say that. Not.
An applicant that failed the
Failed
test.
one time.
Like the guy we had
First
come
time.
in here that complained about the TS exam,
Yeah.
about he lacked 1 point and he wanted us to give him that 1 point.
I remember that, yep.
Same sort of scenario.
But the way it's worded, again, that kind of goes towards you're punishing the person.
Right, that's what I don't want to
And
say.
that's, we don't want to do
I don't
that.
want to say that.
I don't think that arranging a meeting to come here and discuss something with a failed test delay their application process and taking of the next exam. If he comes here right now, all of a sudden, he's put off for another 6 months because he does
I
that.
agree with you.
I don't think that's fair.
Right, I agree with you.
Now, there's circumstances that may qualify that, but I don't think that's the case. So I don't like that we say, but must wait until the next exam is offered.
Well, that's because they usually come in here the day of the exam, or the day before the,
Yeah, we,
April and October.
before you were on the board, Jay, we had a young man come in here on a Thursday at an April meeting,
The exam was on
and he wanted to take the exam on Friday.
Logistically, you couldn't do that.
Yeah. He wanted us to bless him to be able to take that exam on Friday.
Right.
And he had already been turned down in February. So he wanted to come in and challenge him being turned down and then just go right on to
Walk right on
Murfreesboro
over
the
there
next
and,
day and take
yeah,
the exam.
That ain't gonna happen.
And we wasn't gonna do that. That wasn't, you know.
Yeah.
But like I say, I think this one is just, I think you're right. I think this one is primarily for just if, hey, I got a question, or what's the deal here, or whatever. Because the statute supports us on the 2 or more times.
That's true.
This is more of a convenience that we as the board are allowing somebody to show up and say, you know, I got a question. Kind of leaning towards striking the last 2 sentences. What do you think, Jay?
Definitely the one that says meeting with applicants are usually held. I mean, that really does. But like a preface it by saying, you know, unless board approval, comma. I don't want to give the appearance that you're punishing someone for trying to come
Right.
forward to the board.
I
I
agree
don't
with you
want that
100%.
to make someone hesitate to come here.
Right.
What, in the case of the young man that lacked 1 point,
Well,
or if we were generous and we gave him the point,
If you give him the point, then he's done and gone, and he's got his license.
yeah.
right.
But I think to answer your question, if we were to say, no, you don't get the extra point, but you may reapply for the next
Well-
exam that you're qualified for,
Well, obviously, he's not qualified for the exam in a day or two,
Well,
obviously. 'cause
Smart Money
whatever-
says if I get notified in December that I failed the exam by 1 point, then I apply in last January, 1st of February,
Smart guy.
and let this board approve, and then I ask for a board appointment, in April,
Yep.
the day before
Yep.
my exam, and I argue my case on my 1 point, and we say, sorry, we can't give you the 1 point, but you need to go ahead and sit for the exam, and he said, well, I've already been approved, and I can take it tomorrow. Smart Money does that.
That's a smart guy.
That way he don't miss a lick, you know. Non-smart money is the guy that don't apply and comes and asks, and then he's delayed sentence.
And I have to agree with that. I
Yeah.
think that that's exactly what ought to
I
happen.
mean, if the applicant is smart enough to get that done, then
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, he goes ahead and makes his application, whether he meets with us or not.
Yeah.
But then he wants to meet with us and
Well, it's a $200 gamble is what it is,
That's
because he has to
exactly- I was gonna say.
reapply. He's gambling $200 if we say, hey, here's your point. Well, give me my $200 and my license back at the same time, or credit me towards my plaque or whatever.
That's
you
it.
know, right? I mean, that's where he's at.
But as far as I'm concerned,
Yeah, I don't want to
for
penalize.
6 months or whatever the time.
Let's take it out. Let's just take it out
That's
altogether.
Take it out.
Let's just I think we leave the first sentence and take the rest of it out.
Yep.
That good? We good with that?
Yes, sir.
What do you think, Sue?
That's good.
I like you're happy, Sue. I like when Sue's happy. Everybody's happy. Okay. Exam fees are already set.
Yeah.
Okay. Under examinations, it says we give a one-day national exam and Tennessee-specific exam on Friday. We are now no longer doing that. I think we can just strike on Friday and just leave the sentence alone. That okay, guys? Okay, let's just strike on Friday. That way we don't have any conflict. Somebody comes back and says, well, your application says you're gonna give it to me on Friday, now you're asking me to show up on Saturday. Sentence, or the last sentence in that area, I don't like the word any in front of portion. To me, that implies that you can fail part of either or of those exams.
Take out any portion of the and just replace it by either?
That's the word I have in my mind, Jay, is either. If the applicant fails either the NCAAS or the Tennessee State Specific, he or she must take that exam over. Was what I would-
Either or both.
Yeah,
Taking two people.
yeah, that would work. Either,
Figure the attorney. Come on, attorney.
Either or both on both spots or just that last spot?
either or both.
He or she.
At the exam over. I think we need to get rid of a portion of the.
If the applicant fails the NCAAS, PS, or the Tennessee State Specific, he take the exam.
So that may,
That exam.
yeah. Either dialogue,
Take or retake.
yeah, either dialogue would be fine. Whichever y'all like.
Or just leave it at take, to be honest with you.
Leave either or both, either or both.
If the applicant fails either or both, the NCAAS, PS, or the Tennessee specific TA.
necessarily, after having said everything we've said at this point, have to, well, for that particular part, we've called it NCAASPS, so that's fine. That's fine, that's not a big deal. We're good on that, either or? Okay. All right, here we go. This is the one I like. I don't like suggested reference list. Item number 1, Tennessee Land Surveyors Law and Regulations 2000 edition is no longer any good. We can't send them any of the old blue books anymore, Donna. We need to refer them to the website, do we not?
It's harder for them to find it on the website than just for them to call me and me send them one.
Well, first off, let's get rid of the 2000 edition.
And
Let's work our way through that.
Yep.
And then we need to get rid of a slate blue booklet you should have received in your application packet.
A blank colored booklet.
Soon to be whatever color that you can negotiate with Jay down there. He has
Orange, I
trouble
can tell
with
you that.
orange.
Not gonna be orange.
Jay has trouble with orange. We may have to gang up on him on that one. Maybe get a little help from Sue on that one. If you want to leave it that way, Donna, I mean, that's fine. If you want to leave it issued by the Tennessee Board of Examiners for Land Surveyors with your phone number.
Yeah, that's fine. And they can call me or email.
Wouldn't it be reasonably appropriate that we put or the website?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that way they have the option, if they want to go through all those clicks and searching and stuff, they do have the option.
Absolutely.
So let's add the website, Donna.
I will.
Okay. Mike, do you know if TAPS has revised the Tennessee Boundary Law publication that they had in 1998?
I'm not aware of any revision.
Okay. I wasn't either, but I thought I would ask you. I'll assume that the TDEC number is current.
I'll check it.
Hey, Donna, with those changes that we've just gone through, additions, subtractions, red lines, all that good stuff, could we get a preliminary final copy emailed to us for review? That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on the LS instructions, which basically that's what that was, requirements, instructions? Okay. Let's move on to the PLSIT. We're gonna have to start our own little list of acronyms. Maybe we can catch up to NCAAS somewhere.
Give 'em a challenge.
Yeah, we'll challenge them here. We're working on our own set. Well, we're back to the same set of shoes. We're gonna eliminate the first paragraph.
I got a question right off the bat.
Yes, ma'am.
See, there's the second sentence that says, the application.
Where were you at, honey?
At the very top, under application for licensure as a professional land surveyor.
Are you in the PSLIT or the LS?
LS.
Okay, let's go back to the LS.
Oh, I thought, you wanna go over the application later?
No, we're on the, I was going through the requirements. I just going through it
That's fine.
as you had seen it.
Okay. I'll ask you when we get to it.
Okay. Okay. Or if you wanted to skip to that, we can.
It don't matter to me.
It
however
don't
y'all wanna
matter.
do it.
I just was going to go on through this and then, because that's just the way it was in order in my book.
It's fine.
My mind might not work out of order.
That's all right. We can do it.
Or we'll go here, whatever the board's pleasure.
No, let's go ahead. Let's
Okay, I just
take it in order.
moving right along in order. Okay, we're now on requirements for PLSIT exam. We're gonna strike the first paragraph. Doesn't hurt anything, but in section 1, do we have to say is amended by deleting sections in its entirety and substituting instead of the following? That's part of the law. I mean, if you want to say it doesn't hurt a thing. Requirements. That's verbatim from Public Chapter 714, Rob, is all it is.
Take the language from the statute and make it into a document.
It doesn't matter to me. I just was trying to keep it from being a little wordy, maybe. Right. Boilerplate stuff. So, the rest of page 1 is all directly from the law, and page 2, down to the word applications, is directly from the law. So there's really nothing we can. Now we need to be at the applications point for further additions, deletions, or whatever. I get a little heartburn. Why do we need to say it's submitted for approval or disapproval? Approval, that's what I'm thinking. I don't think we need
Or you could say submitted for consideration.
something, but I don't think we should say disapproval. I mean, that presents a negative connotation in my mind. I mean,
If they submitted for approval, it sounds like it's a guarantee or something.
like consideration.
Take out approval or disapproval and replace it with consideration?
That's what we do, is we actually consider the application, and then we decide whether we're going to approve it or disapprove it.
All that down to the third sentence, if the application is approved.
I
Favorably
think that
considered.
applies. I think that applies in the connotation after
Okay.
consideration. Wonder, Donna, in the next paragraph at the end, it says, the exam fee is to be paid at the testing center. Would it be better to say an additional exam fee is to be paid? Just so that they don't preclude that the 25 does the job.
That's not an exam fee, though. It's an application fee.
What does NCAAS call it? They call it-
$25 that goes to the board here is a,
Yeah, that's an
is an
application
application
fee.
fee.
Right. What I was trying to get
The
at was.
exam fee is different.
Okay.
And I think if you say, how did you say that?
Additional. I see where you're coming from now, yeah, okay.
There's only one exam fee, am I right?
Right.
Okay, I think if you
225.
use additional,
It was 225. Yeah. It started out 275, and I think they backed it up to 225, if I'm not mistaken. Got take that portion of, I just think it should be just retake the exam again. How's that? Next paragraph, does the word "and" need to be all caps in the parentheses? Well, the last paragraph is technically incorrect from a standpoint that once we approve the application or the applicant to take the FS examination via CBT, they have 12 months to take it and they have 3 opportunities to pass it. And until that passes, we don't do what that says. Is that correct? What it says is correct for new, but I don't find it correct for retakes. I think it's fine for new applications, because they need to know when we need to have them. Well, technically speaking,
Oh, I see, I'm looking at the wrong part. You wanna take out that?
I think that's what that should say. Just say all new applications must be received in the board office by the following dates to be reviewed.
I fixed that. I couldn't understand it either.
Okay. Okay.
I changed it to all new applications for the FS examination must
Application is not in our board office by these dates, and your application will automatically be held for the next exam review, which would be next board meeting, basically.
If your application is not in our office by these dates, then your application will be automatically be held for the next exam review?
Yeah. Like if we didn't get it today,
Or
get
next
it tomorrow.
application review?
maybe we should say.
Are we reviewing exams or
Wordsmithing, yeah,
reviewing
wordsmithing,
applications?
Yeah,
Yeah, that
we'll
should-
go with that.
What are we reviewing?
The application. Yeah, good call, Jay.
Good catch.
He got his 2 attaboys, he's going home now. Sue's still working on the wife beater pictures. Okay, scheduling information.
On the third one down there, application form, type or write your name, etc.
Yes,
On the
sir.
third one down, sign the application, have it notarized. And then the following says, submit the completed application. Should they be signing a before, you're supposed to fill it out completely. So now you're signing the completed application and have it notarized.
You don't want to notarize it until it's complete. Under transcripts, why do we need the last sentence? Well, section lowercase v in parentheses is left out of it also. If you high school is last, that's right, I'm sorry. Had in my mind it was first, it's last. Goes down the ladder. Good with that. With the rest of it, if you guys are.
Just curious, why is there two different phone numbers for NCEES under disability info?
Free and.
864 is the direct number to their office.
Okay, I'm curious.
Options. Okay, now we're ready to look at the application. Whose honor, we added passport quality photograph.
Yes.
Yes, LSIT.
Significant
Have they
other blacked
improved?
out.
Yeah. Yeah, no backwards hats, no wife beater shirts, none of that kind of stuff.
So like the one where he blacked out his
Like that
significant
wife.
other with a Sharpie or something, blacked her out.
I think she hexed him because he didn't pass.
That's right. I'll show you.
It probably was.
That was not a good thing, honey. You shouldn't have done that. Okay. Now, was this the one you wanted to talk to us about, Donna?
No, it's
Okay.
the other one,
It's
but
the
I
next
am
one,
gonna
okay.
change that high school, I'm gonna put it behind 4 and put the B. Cause they.
What she's talking about down there, down the page where it says, how are you applying?
Yeah.
She's got the little I, the 2I, 3I, IV, and then the V. She's gonna put take out high school, move all those over, and then put a V on the end,
Cause it confuses them.
which will be the category.
Yeah.
That way, it's all in the same order as the law is.
Okay.
Why do we need to say that this application is provided by board policy? The second sentence. Statute tells us that we are to
Well,
prepare.
cause that was when, okay. Let me take that
Statute
back.
tells us to prepare an application, but it's not a policy. Can we just say it's provided by the board to allow those applicants that qualify, or provided to allow those applicants to qualify, either one? But policy. Question. There's some forms that I deal with, I can think of FEMA forms in particular, that have the ability to be pulled up on the screen and you can type all the information in.
If I knew how to do that, I would do that to these.
Okay. Just wondered if we could do, that would be a nice option to offer the applicant where they could pull it up and print it.
Eliminate the handwritten ones that you
Yeah.
can't read,
Right.
scratched
Yeah.
out.
Right.
and-
Yeah.
We've recently acquired some PDF professional.
That'd be great. If we could do that, that would be great.
I'll get them loaded up on the website.
I think that'd be a real service to the
Just
applicant.
signed up for a tutorial.
Matter of fact, that not only to the applicants, but that could also be a service to the registrant who has to fill out a reference form. You know, we could actually go on there and,
Fill
you
it out
know,
right there.
if little Johnny that works for Jay, he's gonna get his license, he could go on there and fill it out and then print it and sign it, stamp it.
Yeah.
I have a question. Third paragraph down there on the application there. Application must be accompanied with a payment of $25 made payable to the Tennessee Board of Examiners, right?
The other one that said
Back 2
Commerce and
pages.
Insurance did it.
It did.
Yep.
Go back 2 pages under application. Make check payable to the Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance.
So who are we making it payable to?
Pick one.
Either one will work.
I knew you was gonna get that.
Pick one,
Joe.
not both, but, you know, if you want to put my name in there, that's fine. Put my name in there, make it payable to me. I'll go with that.
We usually go with state of Tennessee.
Why don't we do that and
Third
kill
choice.
both of them with it? Go-
Whatever works, but let's keep it
Let's
consistent.
go with State of Tennessee.
Any payable to the state of Tennessee? All right, so we're making changes in 2 places, is that right?
Now, let's go back to the previous one prior to that. Make sure we didn't get caught with our britches down there on that one. Let's see here. Even mention it on the LS.
We would pay, or the applicant would pay,
Dollars, it doesn't tell you where to pay it to.
Right.
they would pay the state 150, but then the state in turn pays the NCAAS, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So,
It doesn't say.
going back, Donna, to the LS application, where it says application must submit an application fee of $200 for their application, we need to add the statement of make check payable to the state of Tennessee. And payment must be made time of application. And I think we just need to add that whole paragraph right there into that, don't you? Payment to the state, if payment's made at time of application, and if application is approved, the Board of Fire will notify you has been approved, so forth. What do you think about that? That way, both of these say the same thing when we get the payment. Work, Donna? On page 3 of the LS, or I'm sorry, page 4 of the LS where it says applications near the top, about the $200. Because the rest of that paragraph in the LSIT applies after the $200. Work? Okay. Okay.
application fee of 200, that includes the 150 that goes to, this is in addition to. Other is, the application fee is 200, the exam fee is 150.
Right.
Or 300, whichever, depending on what exams you're taking.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're taking both of them. The examination fee, who is that paid to you and then?
Now, the principals in practice in Tennessee State is paid here, paid to us.
Individual in applying to set for the exam winds up paying.
It's what, $100 for the certificate?
So they'll pay, if they pass it the first time, they'll. Plus $720.
All goes to Sue, the $100 does.
$725.
Yeah. $225 for the FS if you get through that one, and then it's $600 if you get all the way through the other ones. Start to finish to be able to become licensed, not including travel, motel, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. Question of curiosity. What value does it have to this board to know an individual's place of birth?
I was gonna ask that same question.
You know, I have never figured that out.
I was gonna ask the exact
I'm
same
sorry.
question. I thought it had to
There's
do
nowhere
with
in our
citizenship,
statute
but
that
that's not,
says
that's not what it
It's
is.
always been on the application and it just never has come off. But I've always wondered that. I don't care where they're born. I don't care if they were born on the moon.
What if it says under a rock? I mean, you know, or in the barn, or
Some of them do tell me what hospital.
in a hospital.
In a hospital
Yes.
suite.
Yeah, place of birth in a hospital.
Say, you know, Baptist hospital. Okay.
Yeah.
Permit for it that, I mean, I'm not aware of.
There's nothing in our statute.
How about the legal world there, Rob? That ain't gonna change price tea in China, is it?
No, we don't really have a rational basis for. They decided they refused to fill that particular slot. Would that be an incomplete application?
Okay, page 2. We've got an extra space in front of A. That happens sometimes in a Word document.
At the F and the G together, filed an application before the board, if yes, type of application, has your name changed at birth? What do we need to know that for? But rather, if you were to go back into F and follow with the if yes type of application, or how about, and then add to it, if yes, was a previous application made with the same name? That way you don't have to ask. Move G, and then put the was your application made with the same name, move that up as part of the F. It would then read, if yes, was your previous application made with the same name?
First thing comes to mind there is a young lady that gets married.
Yeah.
I think that's fine. I don't know that it's individually significant if your name's changed since birth. That's true. Good point. I think H is kind of an unusual question for a PSLIT.
Well,
It could happen, it could happen.
they could have a
Unlicensed practice.
prior career in a different venue.
That's true, it does say any licensed
As an
authority.
architect or an engineer, they could have been an engineer. It'd be great.
Could have been a lawyer. Got disciplined, you know.
Lots of discipline in there.
A lot of legal stuff going on there. We're going to include a course reporting form as part of the application?
Yes.
We are? Okay. Good with the rest of that page. Now we're to experience background. Does first sentence on the prior page, that's what I thought.
Under number 3 references, you must submit 3 character references to the board, one of whom is a professional land surveyor. Are we limiting them to one?
Law says. No, you're not limited to one, no. You just, but that's what the law says, one of which, one of whom is a professional land surveyor. Just, yeah.
To me, it's just the way I read it.
Well, part of-
it tells me one and one only is what it says.
What we were
but
running,
I'm-
what we were running into
But
on
if that's
that-
what the law says, let's stick with it.
What we were running into on that is what I call the Marion Clark rule. She would copy a reference form that says John Doe or Jane Q. Public is a student of hers, they've attended da-da-da-da-da, that's it, and sign it. And I mean, that's all we were getting. We really wasn't getting anything about who this person was.
Yep.
We didn't know if there had some issues. That's part of why that for the LSIT, we went to more of a character orientation, whereas when we get to the LS, we want to know, are you professional material and are you doing what you're supposed to be doing? Sure. So that's why we did that.
that's what I was. If it's
Yeah, that's
intended to
fine, you
be.
can add, I mean, that's verbatim per the law, but you can still put at least in front of it, won't hurt a thing. Hey, the next sheet is this, course reporting sheet, Donna? Do we are we still maintaining the category 1, 2, and 3 lists on the website?
Yes.
Okay. Fill out an application in a while to check it, I mean, you know, so I just want to make sure.
They fill out the course reference sheet. They just send their transcript.
Ultimate purpose for the course reference sheet, when it was created, was to simplify the board's review process. On BS degrees individual, BS degree in surveying individual applied, so that we didn't have to go through and make our own determination if you're a graduate engineer from Auburn University that these 8 courses met your 24 hours for category B.
What I was saying.
Yes.
That's strictly a course reference sheet. The transcript is only sent, so. That's
Right,
for.
right.
Okay, but we generally use this right here.
And as you've seen in reviewing applications, a lot of times we'll maybe question a course or something and go back and look, see if they had another course.
Yeah.
Or go into greater detail because they had too many courses in one category and not enough in another,
Yeah.
or whatever, to try to.
And to make sure they have a degree. Because they could have college, but have not got a degree.
Yes, we're up now to the character reference form for an LSIT.
Have something.
Yeah, that's fine, no, that's fine.
Donna, the thing we just discussed earlier, the at least one of whom, that may just, I think it's the third line down. Dear sir or madam, and the third line down.
In that blue slate book over there.
I just have a question here. It's just kind of, and this came up from prior discussion on item number 7. According to the definition of surveying, how much experience does the applicant have? Why do we include construction in there? When we just, I think we all agree.
I copied and pasted this from somebody else, so,
I'm making discussion.
yeah.
Well, and also, if you are,
Looking under the definition of surveying, I'm not sure that I see construction. If I do, I overlooked it.
or I, 2I, or 3I, you don't have to have any experience at all. Did I say that correctly? Only 4 and 5. Word that to say, if the applicant has applied under category IV and say that that's associate degree, or V, for close parenthesis, high school. Like I say, I, 2I, and 3I, you don't have to have any experience at all. Technically, we're asking somebody to verify experience for somebody that has a BS degree in surveying from ETSU, for example. And the law says they don't have to have any experience to take the FS examination, which is what this application. I think we just simply need to strike, all of those categories.
Well, that's kind of what I'm looking at too. The boundary, topographic, construction, other?
Just strike all of those categories and just simply put total amount of experience you are verifying. Because that's the key for that individual that is in category IV and V.
Yeah, I'm looking at here under IV, it's, in a record satisfactory to the board of 4 years of progressive practical experience, 3 of which have to be under the responsible charge and duty. It doesn't specify boundary, topo, construction,
Right,
anything like
correct.
that. So I kind of think we could eliminate that altogether and just have them verify how many years of progressive practical experience. That's the way it reads in here.
Basically do it the way it reads and just say, if the applicant is applying under IV or V, how many years of experience does the applicant have, blank or whatever? Is that reasonable, Jay? I think that's where we're going.
It does, but I think we may have to add to it on that practical experience, how many years of that was under a practicing professional land surveyor?
I think we need to go back to that little part of the new law, Donna, and mold that statement to that.
Put all that as number 7?
Yes. It won't be near as lengthy as it is right now. It'll be much shorter. Because you see, under 4, it deals with 4 and 2 for LSIT, and then under 5, it deals with 10 and 6. Is that correct, Jay?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Have 2 more copies of the same thing, because that was actually the complete application.
Yeah,
She
I
just
was
made
gonna
3
say
copies of it. I think that's great. I think that'll get that cleaned up a lot. Give a little more space on the page, too. Is there any reason that you all would think that we probably ought to add a line, for example, on number 5, add another line underneath the sentence, because we got room on the page, so that they could elaborate a little bit more about the person's character, whatever.
Is that the one with just the short little one line where you could fill in an answer?
Yeah, what's your opinion of the applicant's
Yeah.
personal integrity and general
Oh, yeah.
character?
I thought of that too. I was like,
You got
well,
about an
you're
inch
putting
and
in
a half
good, good,
space.
fine, okay,
Yeah.
great.
We can add another line there
You're
when we
gonna get
eliminate this
one-word
other stuff,
responses.
you'll have room. Yeah, just another blank line. That'd give them a little bit more room to write. You know, instead of just being, having a okay and that's it.
I do have one more question or recommendation, maybe suggestion. How about that suggestion? Back on the original page for the application, the very first question, how are you applying? Question mark. And originally it said high school, but we've scratched that out and added V at the end of it. If I'm opening up an application and that's the very first question I'm asked, how are you applying? And you see those little subsections, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, I'm kind of going, huh? And then I would also maybe put in parentheses, reference, and then whatever the code reference is for these 5 categories is, so that they know, oh, I need to go to that source and look at the 5 and know which one I'm talking about.
Well, we
Because-
make an effort in the first paragraph up there to say this application
Yep.
is provided by the board to allow applicants that qualify under
Yep.
TCA 18109B1. Well, 109B1 tells you what those are, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the applicant's going to go to that and read it and figure them out. I agree with you where
That's
you're
why I'm
saying
saying, how are you applying? Maybe underneath it, put in parentheses, TCA 62-18, or reference TCA 62- whatever the numbers are.
Yeah.
A couple times in here,
that. Well, I wonder,
I just think they need to have a little guidance as to which one am I filling out? Oh, I know exactly what they're asking for.
well, I asked Donna this morning if it wouldn't be appropriate to maybe put underneath, for example, like the letter I, BS parenthesis surveying, and then the letter 2I, BS plus 24 hours. The letter 3I, BS plus 36, the letter 4I, AS plus experience, and then the letter 5, HS plus experience, which basically defines what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But then they could check that.
There you go. That's.
Then they would be able to check it because they'd see that I, and then underneath it, it says that's what it is.
It's one of those.
Could we do that? Yeah, I mean, because we're gonna get a look at it again anyway. If he ends up having room, because I don't think that would be too much. 'Cause, that way on like 2I, we're not saying, BS and related science, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We're just saying BS plus 24. And we're already reciting the statute that they need to go look at to see where they fit.
Mhm.
Hey, did I miss the reference form for the LS, Donna, somewhere?
Talking about this form right here.
That not their problem. I've got my email here, you probably got it here. Let's see. For some reason I didn't get that one.
Okay.
That's the one, that's what we need to go over next. For some reason I didn't print it somehow or another. But that's all right, we'll get it. While we're getting ready to go to the application for licensure as a professional land surveyor, I think let's take just a few minute break if we can, please. Okay, welcome back. It's now 2:53. I think we'll continue on our application scenario. I think we're now to the LS application. Hopefully everybody's got it. If it's on your iPad and it's in whatever color notebook that you may have.
Which section is it in?
Director's report. Should be, that's. Okay. Raleigh passport picture. That's good.
Okay, this is where I.
Yes, ma'am.
On the first page.
We're on the first page.
Under where it says important, all information must be typed with below. The application instructions and associated forms can be completed and printed.
Well,
If they've already got the application, they know it's at the website.
You've already been there.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
strike that line off. All right, we'll do that. That's the Donna Mulder deletion. Okay. I got a question. It says verifications of the fundamentals of land surveying and the principles and practice of land surveying exams. If you get this application, you may or may not have taken the principles of practices.
I would just say we need the fundamentals proof. Wouldn't you think?
Well, they're not gonna submit this until they've passed it. And they're gonna tell us on here when they did pass it. I think we could strike all of that. Well, no, wait a minute. Except in another jurisdiction.
I'm gonna say,
Yeah, except in another jurisdiction. So could we strike starting, verifications of the land fundamentals of land surveying, strike and the practice of surveying, and then strike the S out of exam? How'd that sound? Say fundamentals of land surveying exam and/or other licensure in another jurisdiction must be received by the board before application can be reviewed. Want to fix the how are you applying thing again? Do it just like we just did.
Take out.
Dollars. Application fee made out to the state of Tennessee.
We want them to be as close to alike as possible. Well, we got a big line for place of birth on this, and you could have been born a lot of places on this one. Why do we have the bracket after TCA 6218-114B? Bracket?
It's a closing bracket, but there's no starting bracket.
Right.
Starting bracket.
Where's that?
The first word addresses, and then bracket, furnish both.
Yes, that one got picked up bold because the rest of it was bold there in front of it. But technically, that wouldn't be correct either because the other bracket should be just part of the first sentence, not a continuation, would it?
Closed by a bracket. And then bold, I don't think needs brackets at all.
I would agree with that.
Yep.
Put on it, Miss Donna? Okay.
Go back to that same sentence on the addresses.
Yeah.
It says we put an X in the appropriate box. I don't see any boxes.
Well,
Well, that's
just
the-
because I couldn't figure out how to make a box.
That's the parenthesis and closed parenthesis before
I
each one of
understand.
them. Come on, Jay.
Let's give her a tough time, that's all.
Yeah, and you're with the white notebook. You ought to be the last one to
I am the
complain.
good guy here.
I know it. It should have been Sue.
All right, are we keeping the place of birth here, or are we taking that one out?
I'm taking it out.
Taking it out, good.
That question should have already been previously answered. What was your name when you
Oh.
applied?
So you want to take that out?
The name thing's gone. Yeah, 7's gone. We're gonna strike 7, right? Territory apply relative to
Licensure in like the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico and all that good stuff?
Yes, they do have license.
Yeah, they do have.
Territory.
I believe so.
I believe so.
Okay.
American Samoa. There's a lot of U.S. possessions.
Just curious.
I think number 10 where it says ever been disciplined by another state board, on the LSIT app, I thought it was state licensing board or state regulatory board or some kind.
It says state licensing authority.
On this one, they already have a license. So would that make a difference? I mean, if they're licensed in another state.
If they're licensed in another state. Well, the language would be fine if it said state licensing authority, just like it says on the other
I
one.
just want to keep them consistent, that's all I'm saying.
State license.
Evan, do you have any charges pending against you?
I don't think that's a
kind of
good
charges?
question.
What kind of charges?
I don't think that's a good question because the primary, unless that's charges, unless we're implying that that's a disciplinary action from another board.
I think that's what it's after, but that's not what it says. And
Right.
I think we just need to make it say that, is all I'm saying. Because isn't that the licensing board
I would
that has
think so.
pending charges?
I think so, because the next one, I was gonna speak about it in a minute anyway, but I think 11 is relative to 10. Would you infer it that way, Rob?
Page is it on the pad? Pad page?
Oh, we're coming up here, wait a minute. I'm coming.
mid-30s here.
It's not on the pad. It ain't on the pad.
Black or white notebook?
I have a black notebook, sir. I have the PSLIT, but I don't have
I didn't
the,
see it on there.
it's not on the pad.
I didn't.
No, it's not on the pad, just,
Ha, ha, ha.
yes, it's on, just a couple of pages. on it.
Right.
He's got a black notebook too, and he's the attorney. What's that tell you,
He
Jay?
definitely gets a black one. He's an attorney. Black one, no question.
I can't believe he's got the white notebook, so you didn't get it.
I need to wear my white cowboy hat next time I come in here.
In your boots.
Yeah, I was trying to buy Sue some boots last night.
I still won't wear boots,
That's
sorry.
what,
Not
we
gonna-
mean disciplinary action.
I think we should take it. I don't think it's relevant that they have charges pending
And
against
I
it.
kinda wondered about that
That's
too.
just an allegation. What if it's dismissed?
Yeah.
Just because you have a complaint open against you doesn't, I mean,
I think the, question 10 is more pertinent. Have you ever been disciplined? That's what we're concerned about. Because we can't do nothing about somebody's got an active complaint against you.
do you have any final disciplinary action against you?
So we want to strike 11.
Yeah, I think 11 needs to be removed
Yeah,
altogether.
I don't think we should be asking things like that.
12, kind of along the same lines with the charged with. And I agree
Well-
with the convicted of a, and then crime.
Well,
On the
12
other app, it was felony, if I remember right.
12 should be like I in LSIT. Have you ever been convicted of a felony? Because that's the only thing that
what
we
I'm
should
saying.
be concerned with.
Yep.
You know, I mean, we may not like drunk driving or
Yep.
whatever, but
Yep,
a
they're not
felony
felonies.
is what we're concerned about.
Mm-hmm.
So replace 12 with the wording that's in the LSIT one? Is that right?
Yes.
Ever been convicted of a felony, I think is the way it says.
Have you ever been convicted
Yep.
of a felony?
Yep.
Because that's the only thing that we can really focus on.
Yep.
13's okay, 14's okay. Section for the new law. It went F to 2E, right? Oh, well, 14 was the last number that I saw. I'm actually at 15 now.
Whatever this page
Yeah, I'm
is.
at
on
where
the
you're at right there,
experience,
Judge, where
Summary
I'm
of
at, yeah.
experience.
Yeah, again, on 15, again, that whole thing pops up with 3 of whom are professional land surveyors. And we want to
Mhm.
inject
Third sentence reads right. Third sentence, it says if less than 5 are required to verify your experience, you must reference from other licensed surveyors that have some familiarity with your character, knowledge, skills, competence for a total of 5 references. The other 2 references can be character references. They do not have to be licensed surveyors. Preferably, they would be somebody like somebody in a municipal planning office or a register of deeds, somebody that you would reasonably see in a routine week's worth of work type things, what I'm thinking. Maybe an attorney, if he's reputable, not out chasing an ambulance or something, you know.
So you just take that whole sentence out?
I think we need to strike that whole sentence.
Okay, that's fine.
I got a question. Where do we need to put a statement in this application that says not be necessary to complete whatever of this application if you are submitting an NCEES? Because if they do that, they technically don't have to fill a lot of this out if they submit that package. I just don't want to ask the applicant to be redundant
I always
relative
tell
to
them,
that.
they'll call and ask me about it, and I'll tell them just to write C, NCEES record on the experience part.
I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be prudent, since we're modifying this application, to include a sentence or a statement at some point to address that so that they know what to fill out and what not to.
I'll tell them to
That
fill out
makes
the first 2
sense.
pages and sign, notarize the back page, and be done with it.
I don't answer all the questions and all that kind of stuff, but I mean, as far as experience and stuff, and being licensed out of state, all those verifications, if they have a NCEES record, all of that is already in place. So we don't, that in the same manner we do the application, but they won't have to fill everything out here. Someone that is not already licensed will not have an NCEES record. Probably needs to say a current, if we make a statement to it, probably needs to say a current NCEES record. You know, we had that issue with the fellow from wherever, not too long ago.
Yeah.
Caught it when you threw it. Okay, I mean, that was just a question that I had, because I know for the out-of-state folks, that there's a fair amount.
Just put it at the top of the first page with all the other stuff.
That's fine. I mean, I just think somewhere or another, we need to be able to notify the person filling out the form that if you're submitting an NCEES, a current NCEES, record,
If you're submitting a current NCAA's record, you'll be on pages so-and-so, so-and-so, and.
some of that nature, just something where they understand that, they're not doing that plus,
Right.
regurgitating everything else that it already says.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm on notice to applicant page.
There's stuff to delete off of that one.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah. So,
I took out 7, 11.
there's traffic violations, DUI, all that stuff. We can't do anything with that stuff. Contendere, is that Latin?
Give or take, yes. Patently.
Signature page in the notary looks fine. Official reference slash that's employment verification. Huh?
And change the.
I can change that one, okay. Okay, let's look at the reference.
I have to ask why the first section is entitled Name and Address of Reference, and the second part is entitled Applicant Name and.
Shit, let's make them consistent.
It's
Looks
just
like it would be in reverse.
a
wouldn't it?
consistency thing is all about.
Yeah, and should applicant from.
Are you wanting reference name and address and applicant name and address?
That's fine. Either way, just keep them consistent.
Okay. East again, Jay.
I don't-
The thing I was gonna add was take off the last sentence and just add, at the address above, to the board at the address. Yeah, the address shown above,
I
or,
don't need it on there twice, do I?
no. Question, is number 2 absolutely necessary?
Tells me something, if I were to see on there, let's just say an
Underwater
attorney.
basket weaver?
Yeah, basket weaver, or if I see an attorney, or if I see another surveyor, it does give me
Or a
an
bail,
idea of where the reference is coming from.
or a bail bondsman.
Or a bail bondsman, car salesman.
They're attorneys too, aren't they? Car salesmen? Deputy sheriffs, they're all attorneys, aren't they? It's pick on attorney day, Rob, if you hadn't noticed.
Every day.
Every day. Okay, that's fine. Number 4, should it say and or? Since 2 of these forms can be completed by someone that is not a licensed land surveyor. Or goes after and.
You're not injecting it
He
anywhere,
set
you're just
himself
adding
up for
to
that
it.
one. I couldn't resist, Jay.
Yeah. I thought about it after it came out of my mouth, I was like,
I couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
that's all right. A few
You
choice
can
words
hit
of
me
my
out-
own.
You can hit me
I
outside.
kept the words in here that I was gonna respond with.
Understand.
That's all right. You know where I'm going with it. Put an or in there, how could you have knowledge of his surveying work without knowing him personally?
What I was thinking of is you knew him personally, but maybe you didn't
Maybe
have
you don't have
a
knowledge of
lot
his-
of knowledge
Yeah.
of his survey.
That I
You're
could see.
aware that he was doing surveying work,
Yeah.
but you really didn't know what he did.
I
You
can
know.
see that.
WES, that thing they showed us that said, what is a surveyor? And that young girl says, the guy that stands behind the thingy.
That thingy on the
thingy
road.
on the side of the road.
That's it.
If you've never seen that, you ought to go on YouTube and look up NCWES website, and they have a little thing about surveyors on there, and they interview just people on the street, you know. If I asked you what a surveyor was, what would you tell me? And this one little young girl on there, she says, it's the guy that stands behind the thingy on the sidewalk. It's quite comical. I mean, they start at that level, then they get on to where people actually know what a surveyor is and all that stuff. It's
If you
just a
want-
little promo.
If you want to put or in there, I don't care. That's fine.
It's not a must. When I read it, that was the thing that come to my mind, but that don't mean anything.
I mean, you look.
And put that in there.
Yeah,
That's
I like
probably a good
it.
catch there. And or.
Five need the words "in your opinion." I'm equally worried about, has the applicant had sufficient responsibility in other to justify licensure as a professional land surveyor? I don't know what other is. Fine. We're not throwing rocks at it, we're just trying to get it as best we can. So that, I'm just trying to read it like I was gonna try to fill it out as a verifier or something, which, we'll see, all of us will see one of these before long.
I think what was meant here was, in your opinion, has the applicant had sufficient responsibility in the following to justify licensure as a professional surveyor? And then you've got your list of boundary control, mapping, surveying, other.
Other was fine, the other block I think is
Sufficient
fine.
responsibility in
if
any
you
of the
reword it.
following
Yeah.
to justify licensure as a professional surveyor? Question mark, that's the end of the sentence. And then underneath that sentence, the 5 blocks.
Let's come back and take a look at one more thing. Let's say that you
Employer would have knowledge, clearly.
an employer would have knowledge.
Right.
I mean,
And then leave blank or something to that effect.
That's fine.
worded or reworded because
Well, the next one says the same thing. The next one says indicate your opinion.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Give his opinion about the thing, but if you go back up to 5, he's only giving an opinion.
What Jay said, in your opinion, has the applicant had sufficient responsibility in any of the following to justify licensure as a professional land surveyor?
Okay.
And then leave the little block with other. Probably capitalize the O to be consistent with the rest of the.
Check out that part behind other.
Oh, you leave the boundary surveys, control surveys, mapping, surveying computations, or other, block and then other. Six, if you have to write an explanation to explain inadequate, should you not also write an explanation to explain unknown? Back to our minister. We're wearing this poor minister out.
Yeah,
I mean, because the minister may not know of his technical competence, for example,
he may not.
you know. Add unknown along with inadequate.
Mhm.
Seven. Yeah, I'm concerned about number 7. Rob, we need some input right there.
I understand the gist of the question.
Right. Yeah, we're trying to get that out of there.
You've been convicted of something, we already got that covered.
We've already asked you, but now we're asking your reference. We're asking Donna about you. Do you know of anything that Rob's been guilty of? It's what it says, and we just don't like that language.
Well, that's
I think
something-
exhibited
I believe
might
somebody's
work.
opinion, it's
So the
either
applicant
true or
exhibited
not.
unethical or illegal conduct.
I don't know of any instance where the applicant has participated.
Been involved, maybe?
Good, yep.
Something of that nature?
Mm-hmm.
How about,
Convicted for anything, but that's not the question, is it?
right, all we're wondering is, we're looking at character here. We're trying to see if they're on the up and up. Has been involved in unethical or illegal conduct.
Yeah, I think that's a good word.
I just didn't like, I'm like Jay, I just did not like guilty.
Nope.
Because that means, guilty to me means convicted.
Making a judgment as well.
Yeah, there's been a judgment of some sort. Eight, if this is filled out by a character, bond, or we can change for an important land surveying project. Just, we can do that and say, would you entrust the applicant with responsibility involving the welfare and safety of the public?
Fair enough.
That way either could answer that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well done, man.
Fine is fine. The minister could say that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good question, Jay, because if I bring you a reference form and say, hey, I put you on my application for a reference form, you've got to send it in, you're gonna send it in after the fact. Well, you might not send it in. So the board doesn't know if it were authorized or whatever. Technically, the applicant is gonna bring you this form and say, Mr. Kaufman, I'm applying for my license, would you be
Mind
a
filling this out?
reference for
Yeah,
me?
I've had
I mean, that's normally the way that it's
That's how it
done,
works, yeah.
you know. And I don't know of anybody I've ever turned down to do that. But that's the way all of them have always done, they've always come and asked.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like
More
you,
that's more of a professional courtesy to come up to you and ask. Same token, I've received some in the mail blindly. Here it is, and I'm like, when in the world is this letter from such and such? I remember him, look at there, look at there. He never even called me, contacted me, it just appeared. I'm like,
Yeah.
hey, okay.
Yep, I've had that same thing.
Not the smartest of moves, I didn't think, but whatever, that's fine. But then I would think that at the bottom, by signing this and stamping it, sealing it, then I'm authorizing it right there, am I not? And then by my signature and seal, I'm pretty much saying, yeah, I'm authorizing this reference. It stood out to me as, well, that's kind of an odd question. I wonder why we're asking that. I didn't know if there.
I think that could be deleted. I agree with you. I also think when you look at the last paragraph, I think that number 10 can be deleted. Number 10 says, please state other information regarding applicant, and then the last paragraph says, additional information in letter form which would amplify or clarify and assist the board in evaluating the applicant's experience is solicited. So aren't we asking the same thing in 10 and then the last paragraph?
Exactly what that is, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I would eliminate number 10 And then that way it leaves it open for the person filling this form out to tell us whatever they want to tell us.
Yeah.
The minister may need to tell us something about the young man's history or something that he wants to tell us, for whatever reason.
Put a little extra on the plate this week.
In fact, he had a kidney. Bless his heart. He's
His
got
faith was tested, was it not?
It was indeed. He has 4 more.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
So I don't know what they'll do with those.
Well,
Anyway, back to.
okay. It says, please affix seal with signature if professional land surveyor. And then, I don't think we need the last 2 lines, or the last line across there. Do we? I mean, if we see the seal, we'll know what state it's from,
State number, yeah.
and license number 2, won't we? Because, I mean, I don't know of a state that doesn't have both of those bits of information on it.
I go back up to that little paragraph right before the signature there. If you object to the applicant being licensed, you should be willing to give testimony to support denial of licensure by the board. And all of a sudden, I am not so willing to object to the licensure, because I just. More of,
We say provide information,
that'd be good.
because we're just asking to write a letter.
That's right.
But testimony, yeah, testimony's
Well,
a
I see.
pretty daunting
I mean, when I
thing for me to think about all of a sudden.
And when I see that word testimony, I'm thinking somebody's hauling my butt into some
Yeah, they
board or
got me in a
panel
dark
or
room with a
court or
light on
something
me, and they got me
and
chained
grilling
down
me.
there and asked questions.
And that kind of scares me, and that would be willing to go, oh, maybe he's not so bad after all. So maybe we can.
Provide information. Support denial of licensure by the board.
Yep.
It's not been that long ago that we had an applicant in here, and in the reference form, the surveyor, and we all know him, but the surveyor made a statement clearly on there. It said the applicant was not ready to take the examination.
Yep, yep.
And because of that surveyor's reputation and so forth, we felt that was very appropriate. And then the second form was a little questionable, a little iffy, so that supported it a little more, and we denied that person.
Sure did.
And that person came back, I think, in 6 months or so, and we approved them. And the same reference that had said they weren't ready now said they were ready.
Yep.
So it served a good purpose.
It does work, yeah.
Yeah,
It does work.
served a good purpose.
Good.
Okay, that concludes that application then, Donna. So now I guess, we've done that, and that. Got 2 or 3 forms to sign. We won't get that out of the way.
Mike, I'm sorry. To Leonard, don't you? Our agenda.
The
and
agenda
what have you.
stuff.
Of course.
Of course, she said. Sir?
Very confident.
We didn't actually know that you were coming. I didn't. Well, I had asked, I guess maybe I'd asked Jimmy or something, or no, I'd asked Galen, and he said Leonard wasn't gonna be coming. But he said he didn't know who might be coming, but we both knew that Jimmy was coming.
Leonard called me and asked me to come this week.
Okay. We really appreciate you coming. I don't know that we've been able to provide you with any information, but we really do appreciate you coming.
Well, thanks for having me.
Always welcome, whether you come as official capacity or just as a registrant. We encourage everybody to come.
Absolutely.
Some days we have more excitement and information to share than others, but we always have business. Okay, Miss Donna, give us the breakdown of our applications and we'll kind of decide where we want to go from there. Oh, we got something else, Rob? I'm sorry.
Rules.
Oh, that's right. I forgot the rule, didn't
It won't take but a few minutes.
I? Okay. I am sorry. I forgot the rule. Thank you, Miss Sue. 0820-1.
I found it back in.
Oh, you're in the notebook now.
Black notebook there.
I was trying to stay away from the black notebook.
I got you. You got it.
Public cheering, here it is. Yeah. These in it. See, I take it out so I don't get cooped. Okay. I apologize. We are now finalizing changes to Rule 0820-1 with the exception of QBS, which we will learn more about in about 2.5 weeks in Seattle, Washington. And I guess we will finalize this in October then after we learn more about QBS. So,
Included every rule on here, but we're not changing every rule. So today we can remove like rule number 1 about meetings. I don't think we're doing anything to that. Take it out. We'll take it out of the notice of rulemaking because we're not doing anything to it.
question. Under applications, item number 1 says, underlined, each with a written survey report. First off, to my knowledge, we do not have a definition in our standards of practice for a survey report, to my recollection. And secondly, I think that should say a written legal description as opposed to a written survey report, I think.
Whatever you'd like to say. My notes said each with a written survey report, so I put that in there.
I think we talked about this a little bit, as to what the surveyor found, not necessarily the legal description of the property that he surveyed, but what led him up to, and what has he found, did he find, of a landfill, or whatever he found on the property, springs, graveyards, and no matter whatever it may be, but we did talk about a report. I remember us talking about it, but I don't remember if this is where we were headed with that.
I think it was supposed to be everything that had to do with the plat, not just the legal.
Right, everything.
Notes and, everything compiled into a report. And we probably don't have a definition of it.
I guess that's my greatest
That's
concern
right,
is we don't have a definition.
of it.
That's my greatest concern.
I'm gonna rephrase it, all, two survey plats and all related material or something.
I would not have a problem with the words, descriptive narrative or something of that nature of, what it took to do the survey or something in that domain. I just don't want to create a terminology that we don't have a
We don't
definition
have a
for.
definition for
Oh.
it, and that's fine.
Because then somebody's gonna challenge it for whatever reason.
How about each with a written report on how the survey was produced? Written report on how the surveys were produced.
We all three understand, and Mike does too, I know what a survey report is. We all understand that. We've all had surveys where it was necessary to really write a report so the client really understood what happened.
Some states
Because it's very
mandate it.
complicated.
Some states
Yeah,
mandate
West
it.
Virginia, for example, requires it.
Yep.
You have to do it.
This is an applicant who's probably never seen the
Right.
words before.
Right, that's what I'm thinking, we're talking to, some young guy in the mid-20s, whatever, and all of a sudden he gets zapped with survey report and he's not familiar with it.
Donna's phone rings.
Well, the other thing is, we get
What's a
exactly,
survey report?
we have 10 applications and we get exactly what we were thinking we were gonna get on 9 of them. And then we get a little short 1 paragraph on the 10th one, and we deny that because we don't think that's an adequate survey report. And then he challenges the issue. And he says, well, you asked for a survey report, this is my survey report, but you did not give me definition as to
That's
what
it.
all this was to include. That's the only side of it I'm looking at, is that,
Well, why don't we just leave it the way it is and then add a sentence at the end? The survey report is, or a survey report must contain.
if we make an effort to define it,
We can do it in
instead
the
of
same-
re-describing it, that's fine too.
And that, I think
Maybe. Jay's shaking his head.
I don't like that idea of us trying to define it here, only because other states have already defined. Recognized survey report there is the same or very similar to survey report here, and I don't think that's what we're after. It said something earlier that caught my eye that I think works is with a written narrative of. I think that is.
I think that's what we really want here.
Yeah, I think that's what we're after. I think using that report has different meanings in other places, and I don't want to give that impression. But I think a written narrative.
I think it brings the applicant closer to the survey that he presents to the board.
Yeah.
I think that's what our ultimate goal was.
So a written description of how the plats were prepared.
No. A written narrative.
A written narrative.
A written narrative, I think, is better. Because again, now we're going into a written description into a surveyor, and everyone
Right.
here is thinking written
Right.
description.
Written description. Thinking legal.
Legal.
That's what we're after. That's what we're after.
However you want to say it, I'll put it in here.
I think I'm comfortable with, not because I chose the word, but I'm comfortable with narrative.
I think so too.
That I think that they would understand that, what we're trying to ask them to do is, how'd you go about doing the survey? I researched the deeds, and in the deeds, I found some ambiguities, errors, whatever, that type of thing, and did the field work, and in the field, we found some unusual evidence, and it required more deed research. Something of that nature. It don't have to be 10 pages, typed and all that kind of stuff, but it just needs to be a method to demonstrate that they know a little bit more about the survey than the fact that they presented a plat that has their name and the surveyor's name on it and a legal description.
Yep.
That they have a little more familiarity with that.
Written narrative on the plats preparation.
Accompanied by 2 survey plats, each with a written narrative. Summarize is a good word. Works. Procedures and conclusions.
Sound like a
Thanks,
good
Mike.
East Tennessee State graduate here.
probably magna cum laude or whatever. Or thank you cum laude.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, out of here. Okay.
Our final sentence, each with the written narrative summarizing.
Procedures and conclusions.
Procedures and conclusions. It says how and why. How and why. That's good. I like it, Mike. Thank you.
Or just leave it.
In the next sentence, do we need to say such plats must be recent enough to comply with all current applicable requirements? So what you're saying there is you don't want a plat that was done in 1987 and apply and conforms to those regulations. You want a plat that's after 2011 that complies to the latest ones we have.
And here's why I say that. I got a call, I asked somebody the other.
Inserting the word current, is that correct?
Must be recent enough to comply.
Current's already in there, isn't it?
No, current.
We added it
Current
last time.
applicable requirements. Yeah, current is already there.
The existing chapter says such plats must comply with all applicable requirements of the standards of practice. That's what the existing rule says right now.
Stuff and current.
That would be a good ongoing statement, whatever changes may be made whenever then.
We're not making any changes. Well, yeah, we are. Paragraph. Or I don't think we're doing anything.
Rule 4 was the one that we had kind of great concern over, I think. Just from the basis of trying to delve into those areas and create a different definition. The examination is composed.
Oh, okay.
comprised,
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah.
all that kind of stuff. We're sort of going to stay away from that because we do cover all that stuff. I mean, there were some things that we talked about that were not in here, such as GPS, GIS. Weren't in here, but I don't know that. How to word that. Unless we would want to add a statement in section 1 that says the examination will include the following. Let's see, how do I want to say that? Will include so that we don't get sort of caught with our britches down because we're asking about GPS, for example.
It's kind of like the, and other duties as
Yeah,
assigned.
right, yeah.
Kinda cover all. Yeah, that definitely needs to be in there.
After that first section there, after following subjects, but may not be limited to. And then the
Not be limited to the following subjects.
however you put that in there. Wherever. I would rather do that and cover ourselves as best we can at this point without having to rewrite.
Boy, I was just saying the same thing.
You know, in B,
dying to say
in
something.
B it talks about control surveys for both ground and aerial surveys, and then in D it says, maps using ground and aerial surveys with photogrammetric methods of compiling aerial photographs. So I mean, it's there, it's there. It's there.
I tried to formulate how I was going to make that question about the irony of it, but
I understand.
Yeah, maybe I'll just be quiet.
It's there, and then in the standards of practice, we mentioned a couple of places also.
Yes.
So I think we have that premise.
I did like the determining drainage part as well.
Yeah, I seen that.
Yeah.
We're gonna get there one of these days.
One day.
We had a major setback with this last law change. We was almost over the hump. We had a major setback. Okay, I guess we're down to number 5, Rob, on fees.
Yep, and you wanted to change it to state specific. And then Saturday exam.
Friday exam and PLS, and then made it state specific and deleted FS altogether.
Anything to civil penalties.
Do we need to, on PSLIT, we speak to it as application fee. Do we need to say something prior to application fee on the top line? Because everything else has a connotation to it, but that one. A professional land surveyor, parenthesis, application fee. That way it would be consistent with what we've got going on down through there.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it should.
Yes,
Just says generically the application fee.
yes.
Yeah.
What we're saying there,
Should
Don?
read professional land surveyor, parentheses, application fee.
Yeah. That way it'd be consistent with what we got down there for PLSIT.
Yep, yep.
And then there shouldn't be any question about what all the rest of them mean. Know that Rule 6 is the rule of avoidance.
Well, I don't think we're planning on doing anything, the old civil penalty rule. Get out.
The only good thing about the civil penalty rule is it allows each day of continued violation to be a separate violation, which gives you a multiple for what you have. That's the only, if it didn't say that, I think that thing would have to be changed. Just my opinion. And I know the legislature wouldn't change it, I understand that, but.
It's well crafted the way it is. Take it out of our notice. And then we've added a new rule that we have been told to add.
Dog in that race either, do we?
The military spousal?
Yeah.
We have to have the rule, but nobody is gonna make us implement it ever.
Hopefully, we can add another section, which would be QBS. Hopefully.
Model language, and we all get to share experience, and people like us get to come home with good information. We can leave this new rule like it is for now, because this is kind of templated from the other boards. Heartburn with it, having to do with paragraph 3, because they don't believe in giving people temporary practice. I don't think really we do either.
$4 question, Rob. Can we, or do we have the ability to do anything with Title 66, Chapter 6?
We refer to it, but I don't think we have the authority to get into it.
I wanted to ask that question.
We can require people to comply with it, but we can't change it ourselves.
It's not been touched since 1991.
Can always,
Quite a bit of it that, in my professional opinion, is outdated. And there's a lot of it that would be nice if we did use it. But if it was updated, I think it would be more usable.
our standards of practice chapter.
You don't have, Title 66, you mean? It's been updated, but it might have. But like I say, the last recitation in here is 1991.
Oh, look.
Almost 25 years.
Because that's, the reason I broached that subject is that's an area that is of great concern, because that's where we move forward technologically. Already should have been touched, but hasn't. But if you check that just for curiosity, Rob, see if that's something that we have any venue over to make any modifications.
Statute in Title 66, we can't do anything about it. And in reference to it, if you want to do that.
Look at that, I think.
We better
But it's not the whole thing that needs tweaking, it's just parts of it, as
Somebody
in
would-
anything.
If somebody would update that statutory scheme, then it wouldn't be a problem. Nobody's tried to, have they? That we know of. Perhaps might want to look into that. Be nice to approach a
President who left early.
legislator and
smart.
say,
That one's really over their head, Rob. There's probably very few in that bit, no disrespect, but there's probably very few can wrap their arms around that one.
yeah, they still have to make the law, so I don't know really how they go about doing it unless they've got a whole lot of help. Perhaps. Bring them that old book and say, this book's 25 years old, it needs to be updated. This is how we think it should be done. And
What's
the
that?
Title
Section is
66.
66, Chapter 6, Title 66, Chapter 6, it's on Tennessee property, or Tennessee state coordinates. I did, the state of North Carolina has a coordinate system, and if you're, they also have a really good monumentation system. If you're within 2,000 feet, I said 200, 2,000 feet of one of their control monuments, then you need to be in their system. And it needs to be referenced on your plat and in your description, the coordinate for that location, so that they're able to take your property and put it into the system. And they're actually building their entire system around that so that all the pieces, parts will fit together good. And it all works together, all like it's supposed to. And obviously that'd be the ultimate goal here in Tennessee too.
I would say that'd be easy to do in a lot of the urban areas, where we've got good monumentation. I know Rutherford County's covered up with.
Service your county very good with their network.
I understand that they do.
Learn about them septic systems.
Crapless. Let me tell you, if
Don't really improve the process, if that makes any sense. And that sounds like what you're talking about.
that's exactly what's happened. Davidson, Rutherford, $1,200, $2,000, you're through with that septic.
even make it,
That's not it. They make it, instead of finding a primary and a secondary site for a conventional system, you have to have a primary and two secondary. But if you put in an LPP system,
Yeah.
all you have to have is a primary and secondary. That doesn't work, then they make you put in an MLPP, it's another 20,000. What page was that one on?
it's in the standards of practice,
What's the rule? It's in chapter 3 of the rule.
definitions.
Page, not numerical.
All got twos on them, every one of them's got two on them.
All twos on there.
Yeah, all of them's got
Yeah.
two on them.
It's on page
I think those twos were on the original copies, and then we ran all the copies.
Oh, okay, yeah,
The court inscription?
Yeah.
yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, I found that.
Okay. Okay, Miss Donna, tell us what task we face in our applications. 41. And I'm assuming we have the standard STS reapplies,
11 fundamentals applications.
11 fundamentals.
3 PS, 16.
All out of state, or some retake? Feel like that we have quite a few under the new law for the high school and experience. Take us a little while.
Now you take, that's it.
I'll be thorough on those.
But that's what I'm thinking. Best I remember.
About 4:15, what's the board's pleasure? Do you want to go through a few or just start fresh on all applications in the morning?
What's the other stuff we gotta do tomorrow?
If that be the case, then I'll entertain a motion that we adjourn for the day, and it is now second.
I'll second.
All right, everybody in favor, say aye. It'll be a new day. I get a vote, we won't have nothing to vote on.
That's right.
See, I don't get a, the chair don't ever get a
You set
vote.
that up just right, didn't you?
Oh, man.
My pad's down to 3